Chapter 1768. Gu Nianji quickly nodded. Dad, I definitely won't go to other places for a DNA test. When I was there, Hu Xiao and the others assigned me a professional doctor. I've never been to other places for treatment. At this point, Gu Nianji suddenly remembered the time she was in danger in Germany. Reinert seemed to have sent her to a German hospital for an infusion. She closed her eyes and decided not to think about it for the time being. She looked at Lu Jin intently and said coquettishly, Dad, just do the test for me. I can't wait. Lu Jin breathed a sigh of relief, but then he looked at her in confusion and asked. Just because of Wen Shui, you want to test the DNA between you and Qin Yaoguang. But you two clearly look alike. I just find it strange. If we were really born from the same mother, I look so different from Wen Shui in the past. We don't look like half-sisters at all. She even found the photos of the Qin family's daughters that she had found with Hu Xiaoheng just now and compared them. Look, these are Qin Yaoguang's two cousins who lived to adulthood. This is Luo Piapiao, and this is a photo of Wen Shui before she was fine-tuned. They're really not a family. Look at the photo of me and Qin Yaoguang. Gu Nianji pointed at the next two photos and said, although they look very similar, Qin Yaoguang is also Wen Shui's mother. This doesn't make sense to me. With her looks, how could she have given birth to a daughter like Wen Shui? But if she really gave birth, then Qin Yaoguang should look similar to her cousin. Unfortunately, she doesn't look like them at all. Do you see the logical paradox in this? I'm afraid that even genetic theories can't explain this, right? Gu Nianji looked at Lu Jin with hope and complete trust in him. Lu Jin looked away. Okay, I'll test it for you. Dad's the best. Gu Nianji stood on her tiptoes and kissed Lu Jin on the cheek. Lu Jin patted her head. You go out first. I'm busy here. You won't understand. All right. I won't disturb Dad's work anymore. Gu Nianji happily left Lu Jin's lab. When she returned to her apartment, Gu Nianji was in a great mood. As soon as she entered the hall, she could not resist posing for a few ballets. Hu Xiaoheng was sitting in the living room with his back to the door. When he heard the noise, he turned around and saw Gu Nianji dancing. Although she wasn't very good at dancing, beauty was in the eye of the beholder. Hu Xiaoheng watched with great interest and couldn't take his eyes off her. Gu Nianji spun around and arrived in front of Hu Xiaoheng. Like a white swan, she proudly extended a hand. Hu Xiaoheng held her hand with a smile and kissed the back of her hand. Then, he gently pulled her onto his lap and lifted her up. So happy. Yeah, my dad is doing a paternity test for me. If I can prove that Qin Yaoguang and I aren't biological mother and daughter. Ha! Gu Nianji beamed with joy, like a bird that had just escaped from its shackles. It could be seen that although she said she didn't treat Qin Yaoguang as her biological mother, she still felt a certain amount of psychological pressure. As children, they could not choose their own parents. This was something that could not be helped. But what if she wasn't biological? Hu Xiaoheng smiled and reminded her. Don't forget, she gave birth to you herself. Don't have too much confidence in the results. So what if she gave birth to me herself? Gu Nianji retorted nonchalantly, Wen Shui was someone else's child, but she turned out to be Qin Yaoguang's child. Why wouldn't I be in the same situation? You're saying that you were born to Qin Yaoguang, but your biological mother is someone else. Hu Xiaoheng was deep in thought. That's not impossible, that's one of the possibilities. Gu Nianji nodded firmly. I didn't suspect it at all. After all, she did give birth to me. Gu Nianji emphasized the word give birth to indicate that it was a verb. And I look so much like her. Who would suspect that their parents who look so much like them aren't their biological parents? Until her looks made people suspicious. However, Gu Nianji's suspicions about her looks didn't come from Qin Yaoguang. She didn't even doubt this when she looked at Qin Yaoguang. Her suspicions about her looks had started with Luo Piapiao. This girl was like a ray of light that shone into that dark and ignorant history. Gu Nianji felt even more out of place after checking the looks of the Qin girls. Qin Yaoguang didn't have the unique facial features of the Qin girls. She just had a flat nose. But Wen Shi, who she gave birth to, had it. A high nose bridge was a dominant genetic trait, while a flat nose was a recessive genetic trait. Both parents should have flat noses in order to give birth to a child with a flat nose. One side had a high nose bridge, while the other had a flat nose bridge. It was very likely that the child should have a high nose bridge. Gu Nianji had already come to this conclusion when she accidentally discovered that Wen Shui and Luo Piapiao looked alike. She had discovered the truth about Wen Shui's background. Now that the DNA test had proven that Wen Shui was Qin Yaoguang's biological daughter, it was very likely that Qin Yaoguang also had a flat nose bridge. Although there were exceptions to everything, and this kind of inference couldn't be 100% accurate, in terms of probability, this possibility was very high. Gu Nianji wrapped her arms around Hu Xiaoheng's neck and smiled sweetly. Her plump lips parted and closed, captivating one's thoughts. She spoke quickly and anxiously, as clear and melodious as glass beads of all sizes falling onto a jade plate. Based on Wen Shui's looks, there's a high chance that her biological parents both have flat noses. Hu Xiaoheng leaned back on the sofa leisurely and said calmly, but Qin Yaoguang isn't. In terms of probability, perhaps she's the one with the lowest probability. That is, a child with a flat nose bridge and a flat nose bridge gave birth to a flat nose bridge. Gu Nianji didn't deny this possibility. But we can't give up on the highest probability just because of the lowest probability. So I have to test the parentage between me and Qin Yaoguang. Hu Xiaoheng smiled and leaned over. He rubbed his tall and straight nose against the tip of Gu Nianji's delicate nose and teased, "What are you hinting at? Is there something wrong with Qin Yaoguang's looks? She's also a surrogate mother." Gu Nianji pursed her lips and smiled slyly. "I didn't say anything. I just asked Dad to test the parentage." Her excitement only lasted until the next day. When Lu Jin brought the results of the test over, he said regretfully, "Nianji, Qin Yaoguang is indeed your biological mother." He placed the DNA test results in front of Gu Nianji and patted her shoulder regretfully. He didn't even notice Hu Xiaoheng sitting next to Gu Nianji. He didn't say anything and turned to leave. Gu Nianji felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head. She couldn't recover for a long time. Hu Xiaoheng sat next to her and didn't know what to say. She stared at the DNA test report in front of her. She wished she could shred it into pieces and throw it into the sea. In the quiet silence, Gu Nianji's phone rang. She didn't want to answer it. Hu Xiaoheng saw that it was He Jichu on the phone screen, so he didn't want to remind Gu Nianji to answer the phone. However, the other party didn't give up. He persistently called for a full 5 minutes before Gu Nianji finally looked at the phone screen. So it was He Jichu. She took the phone and swiped it open with a solemn expression and softly said hello. He Jichu wasn't in a good mood. He asked, "Nianji, what are you doing? Why didn't you answer the phone for so long?" "It wasn't convenient just now," Gu Nianji said woodenly. "What's the matter, young master?" He Jichu was sensitive enough to sense that Gu Nianji wasn't in a good mood either. He thought she already knew, so he said, "You know too, right? Wen Shui just took old man Qin back from the detention center." Gu Nianji immediately came back to her senses and almost jumped up from the sofa. "What did you say?" "Old Master Qin was taken away from the detention center by Wen Shui. What is the He family doing for a living? He wants to harm you, young Master He. How can you let him go?" Although Gu Nianji was complaining about his family, He Jichu's mood miraculously improved. He could tell from Gu Nianji's anxious tone that she genuinely cared about him and cared about him. Even if this kind of care and concern wasn't the kind he wanted, it was better than her ignoring him like a passerby. Nianji, who he treated like a treasure, wouldn't be so heartless. She had always been a warm girl who treated others with sincerity. He Jichu smiled slowly. Our country is a legal society. No matter how powerful our He family is, we can't violate the law. Yesterday, old man Qin turned 80 years old in the detention center. According to the law, old people over 80 years old have a certain degree of immunity. More importantly, he was unconscious the entire time. Wen Shi also produced evidence and put all the blame on Qin Yaoguang, so old man Qin could only be acquitted. He Jichu spoke frankly, or, when we find more evidence, we can arrest him. But now, we can only release him. However, I've applied for a travel ban. He and the Qin family can't go abroad. Gu Nianji clutched her chest. She was dizzy from Wen Shi's actions. She put all the blame on Qin Yaoguang. How was that possible? Wen Shi was Qin Yaoguang's biological daughter. Didn't she secretly test her DNA? Gu Nianji had proposed in court to verify the paternity relationship between Qin Yaoguang and Wen Shi. Wen Shi wasn't locked up. If she were Wen Shi, she definitely wouldn't be able to wait for the court's conclusion. She would definitely secretly test it herself. What had happened that she didn't know? Gu Nianji couldn't help complaining to He Jichu. She and Qin Yaoguang might be biological mother and daughter. With Wen Shi's desire to climb up the social ladder and get rid of her background, how could she let Qin Yaoguang, her mother, take all the blame? He Jichu said slowly, it's not a possibility. They are biological mother and daughter. Gu Nianji wouldn't reveal that she had secretly done a paternity test between the two of them. She pretended to be surprised. I guessed right. Yes. He Jichu laughed. You might not know this, but Wen Shi did a paternity test and went to the detention center ahead of time to acknowledge her as her mother. In the end, her mother beat her up so badly that she didn't even acknowledge her as her mother. This was today's second chapter, chapter 1757, Even Your Mother Won't Acknowledge You. There were 2 chapters today. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1769. When Shi went to acknowledge her mother in advance. And then she was beaten so badly by her mother that she didn't even acknowledge her. Gu Nianji subconsciously repeated He Jichu's words. She was extremely curious. Why didn't Qin Yaoguang want to acknowledge her? If she wanted to acknowledge her, she would have done so long ago. Would Wen Dao have the chance to take her home as an orphan? He Jichu scoffed. I really didn't expect Wen Shi to have such a naive side to her. Gu Nianji, she didn't know if she was being too petty, but she couldn't stand hearing people say good things about Wen Shi. Especially since Wen Shi was her half-sister. However, when she thought about what Wen Shi had done to her, Gu Nianji couldn't remain objective and impartial. She took a deep breath and said lightly, naive. What misunderstanding does young master he have about the word naive? Qin Yaoguang didn't acknowledge her, so she put all the blame on Qin Yaoguang and went to suck up to old master Qin. How could such a person be naive? He Jichu could tell that Gu Nianji was unhappy. He paused for a moment and explained embarrassedly, I mean, she still wants to acknowledge her mother. This shows that she's very inconsiderate. Could it be that Qin Yaoguang hasn't acknowledged her for so many years because she doesn't know that she's her biological daughter? Qin Yaoguang clearly knows about it, but she still asked Wen Dao to adopt Wen Shi. It's obvious that she doesn't treat Wen Shi as her biological daughter at all. Gu Nianji disagreed and retorted flatly, this at most shows that she's inconsiderate. It's a matter of intelligence. To say that she's naive is a matter of character. There's nothing wrong with Wen Shuyi's character. She's just as bad and vicious as ever. Her words were sharp and harsh. It was obvious that she was extremely dissatisfied with Wen Shuyi. He Jichu was speechless for a long time. He couldn't help feeling even more guilty towards Gu Nianji when he thought about how Wen Shuyi had crossed the line all these years. He quickly said, "I was wrong. She's not naive, she's stupid and bad. Nianji, can you forgive me for my unintentional mistake?" He Jichu apologized so solemnly that Gu Nianji felt a little embarrassed. She leaned back on the sofa and smiled. "I didn't mean to blame young Master He. I just wanted to emphasize my opinion of Wen Shuyi." He Jichu comforted her again in a kind and gentle voice. Gu Nianji came back to her senses and quietly changed the topic. "Young Master He, do you think Wen Shuyi did this because she gave up on Qin Yaoguang? Since Qin Yaoguang didn't acknowledge her, she could only find another way." He Jichu nodded. "Definitely. Do you know what Wen Shuyi put on Qin Yaoguang?" Gu Nianji thought about it for a moment and asked curiously. "Could it be that Qin Yaoguang was the one who hurt you with the infrasonic weapon?" "More or less. But this doesn't make sense." Gu Nianji immediately said, "At that time, Qin Yaoguang had already been imprisoned. How could she have the ability to strategize in a tent and decide a victory 1,000 miles away, in the detention center? Wen Shuyi can be blamed, but whether or not Qin Yaoguang can be blamed will depend on the law enforcement personnel's cognitive ability." He Jichu sighed. Wen Shuyi came prepared. How could she not have thought of this? She produced evidence to prove that all of this had been planned before Qin Yaoguang was imprisoned. Later, when she was imprisoned in the detention center, she used this plan as a life-saving straw. She used the people who came to visit her to send back the news and let them carry out the plan. Gu Nianji was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. She found a good reason, but she had to betray a group of management members of the Qin Corporation's private group, right? Yes, it's a good opportunity to get rid of dissidents. All the subordinates promoted by Qin Yaoguang, as well as those who only listened to Qin Yaoguang and didn't listen to her, were all sent to the detention center by her. He Jichu looked out the car window at the street. Opposite them was the headquarters of the Qin Corporation's private hospital in the imperial capital. At that moment, many police cars were parked outside the hospital, and the company's management members were being brought out of the hospital in handcuffs. He Jichu didn't interfere in the police's affairs, but this didn't stop him from watching the show. Gu Nianji sighed a few more times. She didn't hang up the phone until she heard He Jichu talking to his subordinates. She said to Hu Xiaoheng emotionally, "You heard what I said to young Master He just now, right?" Hu Xiaoheng nodded calmly. "I heard it. Qin Yaoguang refused to acknowledge Wen Shuyi, so Wen Shuyi gave up on Qin Yaoguang. She was even more ruthless than her. She directly blamed Qin Yaoguang for the crime. Not only that." Gu Nianji beamed with joy. She also killed 3 birds with 1 stone. First, she took revenge on Qin Yaoguang for refusing to acknowledge her. Second, she hugged old Master Qin's bigger thigh tightly. Third, she took the opportunity to get rid of dissidents within the company. Anyone who only listened to Qin Yaoguang and didn't listen to her was sent to the police. Hu Xiaoheng's expression became solemn. She really did that. How could it be fake? Young Master He personally confirmed that she's that awesome. Although Gu Nianji disliked Wen Shuyi very much, she had to admit that this girl's vitality was quite strong. She was like a weed that could not be burned by a wildfire, and would grow again when the spring breeze blew. But why did she push all the blame for the infrasonic weapon to Qin Yaoguang? Hu Xiaoheng was also a little puzzled. Qin Yaoguang was already taken into custody at that time, right? Yes, she was already taken into custody. But young master, he told me that when Shui had produced evidence to prove that Qin Yaoguang had been planning this for a long time. So regardless of whether Qin Yaoguang was taken into custody or not, she would use this move to deal with young master He, to control young master He, and then further control young master He's father, General He. Gu Nianji analyzed it for Hu Xiaoheng, and her explanation was clear and logical. Hu Xiaoheng was speechless for a while, then said, "All this evidence has been produced. It will indeed be very difficult for Qin Yaoguang to make a comeback." After Qin Yaoguang was taken into custody, in order to get out, she didn't give up. She secretly colluded with her subordinates who came to visit her and carried out the plan. So they wanted to perform the surgery on old Master Qin, and they wanted Qin Yaoguang to do it for him. They knew young Master He very well. They knew that he was worried and would definitely come personally to monitor her surgery. So they placed the infrasonic weapon in the secret room in advance and aimed it at young Master He. Gu Nianji wrapped her arms around her neck and leaned back on the sofa. She sighed and said, "If it weren't for my father, young Master He would already be under Qin Yaoguang's control, and General He might have already remarried Qin Yaoguang." Wu Xiaoheng couldn't help laughing. He rubbed Gu Nianji's head. "What are you thinking about? You'd better think about what you're going to do in court on Monday. Do you really believe that old Master Qin has nothing to do with this?" "He definitely has something to do with it, but we don't have enough evidence." Gu Nianji shrugged. The fact that when Shui was able to hand over the evidence and push it all onto Qin Yaoguang means that she has already processed the evidence a second time. If the court believes this evidence, then old Master Qin will really have nothing to do with it at all. Then what are you going to do? Hu Xiaoheng was a little curious. Although he wasn't as proficient in the law as Gu Nianji and He Zhichu, he still knew some basic knowledge. Gu Nianji thought about it and said, "The case of the infrasonic weapon murdering young Master He and the case of Qin Yaoguang kidnapping a minor are two different things. They can't be confused. The case I'm going to court next Monday is still the case of Qin Yaoguang kidnapping me 8 years ago. I plan to dig deeper. For example, after she ordered someone to kidnap me, why did she send me to the airport? Which country was she going to? Also, what was her motive for kidnapping me? You don't believe that she kidnapped you to make room for her daughter, when she..." Hu Xiaoheng asked with a smile. "He used a bamboo stick to pick a piece of mango for her to eat." Gu Nianji ate the mango in her mouth before saying, "Of course I don't believe it. If she was really so motherly to Wen Shui, she wouldn't have put her in the orphanage at all. Secondly, she wouldn't have refused to acknowledge her now that she's exposed. The second reason is a good one." Hu Xiaoheng praised her a few times and stood up. "Then take your time to prepare. I'll go around the embassy and come back tonight to cook for you." Okay. You have to come back early." Gu Nianji's eyes were bright. All the stars in the night sky weren't as bright as her eyes. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't help but lean over and kiss her lips for a while before murmuring, "Hurry up and take care of things here. I want to take you home." Gu Nianji's heart seemed to stop for a few seconds, then with a bang, it pounded. Blood rushed through her veins, and the gurgling sound filled her eardrums. Her vision blurred, and she almost felt dizzy. Home. What a beautiful word. Could she really look forward to that day? By the time Gu Nianji came back to her senses from her beautiful imagination, Wu Xiaoheng had already left. He drove to the Soviet embassy in the imperial capital while contacting Lu Yuan. He had never taken the initiative to contact Lu Yuan, but this time, he couldn't wait. Lu Yuan happened to have nothing else to do, so he was reading alone in his hotel room. Seeing that it was Hu Xiaoheng's call, he immediately picked up and asked, "Did you find out who sold the land?" Hu Xiaoheng grunted and quickly said, "I found out. The people who sold the land, Qin Huichang and his wife, are actually Qin Suwen's parents." Lu Yuan was stunned. Qin Suwen. He Zhichu's mother. He Qingjian's wife. Didn't she pass away? Yes, she passed away a long time ago. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say much. But that land originally belonged to Qin Suwen's family. I don't know why they sold it. Then did you find out why they sold the land? Lu Yuan also felt that it was tricky. He knew that Qin Suwen was an orphan, so her parents were definitely no longer alive. It wouldn't be easy to find out why. Hua Xiaoheng smiled bitterly and said, "That's too difficult. I heard that most of Qin Suwen's family went abroad a long time ago, leaving only their family in the country. Once Qin Huichang and his wife died, Qin Suwen, who was a minor at the time, could only enter the orphanage. What about the friends from back then? Qin Huichang and his wife don't have relatives in the country, but they don't even have friends and colleagues, right?" Lu Yuan still refused to give up and carefully thought about possible clues. Even if they were willing to say what friends and colleagues from decades ago said, the court might not be willing to accept it. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. Because too much time has passed, maybe it's already past the retroactive period. These people's memories might not be trustworthy. That's true. Lu Yuan nodded, but he didn't give up. I'll look for people from back then and ask about Qin Bei's family. There are more people who know them than Qin Huichang. Time flew. Just as Lu Yuan and Hua Xiaoheng were nervously investigating, Gu Nianji ushered in another time in court. This time, there were still those people sitting behind her, but on Qin Yaoguang's side, she was sitting alone. Not to mention the Qin family, relatives, and friends, even the legal team only had a fledgling lawyer sitting there. She looked especially lonely and pitiful. Gu Nianji thought to herself that when Shuyi was really going all out. She didn't even want to try and had completely given up on Qin Yaoguang. However, Gu Nianji curled her lips slightly. Without Wen Shuyi, who liked to play around the edges of the law, disrupting the situation, she might be able to get more information out of her. In her heart, she still thought that Wen Shuyi's decision to give up on Qin Yaoguang was very stupid. Qin Yaoguang was irreplaceable to the Qin Corporation. Even Wen Shuyi didn't know the secret in her heart. Gu Nianji slowly stood up from the plaintiff's stand and walked up to Qin Yaoguang. She began her first questioning of the day. Qin Yaoguang looked at Gu Nianji coldly. She still didn't know that she would be forced into a corner by Gu Nianji today. This was the first update of the day, chapter 1758, Forced into a Corner. There were 2 updates today. A reminder of everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 8 p.m., the second update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1770. Compared to Gu Nianji's many people, Qin Yaoguang's side could be said to be deserted. The last time she appeared in court, her side was really crowded. In just a week, she didn't even have the lead lawyer in her legal team. Gu Nianji sighed inwardly at Wen Shuyi's good methods as she showed Qin Yaoguang the DNA test record approved by the court. Defendant, Miss Qin Yaoguang, this is the DNA test record approved by the court. This test shows that your character witness, Wen Shuyi, is actually your biological daughter, so she is no longer qualified to be your character witness. Qin Yaoguang said indifferently, she has nothing to do with this case to begin with. It doesn't matter if she's a character witness or not. The young lawyer next to Qin Yaoguang was extremely embarrassed. He quickly whispered, Miss Qin, you should let me answer the other lawyer's questions. Then tell me. How do I know if you'll speak if you don't say anything? Qin Yaoguang was furious, and she vented all her anger on the fledgling lawyer. The young lawyer's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. He stammered, according to the procedure, I should be the one to answer. Gu Nianji smiled amiably, and even her voice was soft and moving. Defense lawyer, actually, there's no fixed rule for who should answer the question. Logically speaking, you're only the defendant's lawyer. The defendant can use you, or he can choose to defend himself and answer the question himself. The young lawyer suddenly felt that the collar of the white suit and shirt he was wearing today was a little tight. It was so tight that he almost couldn't speak. Gu Nianji ignored him and turned to look at the gloomy Qin Yaoguang. She continued to ask, "Then may I ask you, you clearly knew that Wen Shuyi was your biological daughter, so why did you ignore her and leave her in the orphanage? Then you asked Wen Dao to adopt her." Qin Yaoguang resisted the urge to roll her eyes and said snappily, "Does the past have anything to do with this case?" The young lawyer next to her was inspired and quickly raised his hand. "Objection, objection. The defense lawyer's question has nothing to do with this case." "Defense lawyer, did you read the file before going to court? Do you know the whole story of the case? If you knew, you wouldn't think that my question had nothing to do with this case." She didn't even look at the lawyer beside Qin Yaoguang. The young lawyer had indeed been appointed at the last minute. Wen Shuyi's original intention was not to send a single lawyer and let Qin Yaoguang fend for herself. However, old Master Qin didn't have the heart to do it and asked her to find a lawyer. From the looks of it now, it was better not to send them. Moreover, there were so many files for this case, and the situation was so complicated. The young lawyer had only been appointed at the last minute in the morning. He had only skimmed through the briefcase in the car, so he was quickly defeated by Gu Nianji. He stiffened his neck and said, "The main body of this case is my client, Miss Qin Yaoguang, and the Wen couple. What does this have to do with my client's mother-daughter relationship with Director Wen? Okay, then I'll tell you what's the problem." Gu Nianji calmly raised her slender neck slightly. The exquisite curve of her jaw was as beautiful as if it had been carefully carved by God. Qin Yaoguang looked up and saw it. A trace of jealousy and hatred flashed across her eyes. Gu Nianji ignored it and said with a faint smile, "First of all, in this case, your client, Qin Yaoguang, is the mastermind, and Wen Dao and his wife are the executors. The Director Wen you mentioned is the role of an eyewitness. Now that the DNA test has been done, Wen Shuyi, the eyewitness from 8 years ago, turned out to be the biological daughter of the mastermind, and the mastermind, Qin Yaoguang, and one of the executors, Wen Dao, were husband and wife." After she finished speaking, she deliberately looked at Qin Yaoguang provocatively and chose the most heart-wrenching topic to anger Qin Yaoguang. This point of entry was indeed Qin Yaoguang's sore spot. It was the topic she didn't want others to know or mention the most. She deeply regretted that she should have killed Wen Shuyi directly when she had proven that her genes were completely useless against Yi Zhichu's illness. It wasn't worth it to keep her alive to cause trouble now. The corners of Qin Yaoguang's mouth twitched, and she said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. When did I ever have sex with Wen Dao? You're a lawyer. You have to talk about evidence." "Of course I have evidence." Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow and showed the DNA test certificate in her hand. "You've even given birth to a child. Do you think you and Wen Dao were husband and wife? Please forgive me for being ignorant, but I don't understand what's going on." "Of course you don't understand. With your IQ, it'd be a miracle if you could understand this logic." Qin Yaoguang sneered and slammed the table. She pointed at Gu Nianji's nose and said, "A DNA test can prove that we're husband and wife. That's the biggest joke in the world. Do you understand artificial insemination? Do you understand test tube babies? I don't understand. I'd like to hear more." Gu Nianji seized the opportunity and chased after Qin Yaoguang. Artificial insemination is to collect sperm and egg cells from both sides, synthesize fertilized eggs in the laboratory, and then implant them into the surrogate mother's uterus to implant and conceive. During this process, how could there be husband and wife? Qin Yaoguang's face flushed red, and her expression was a little ferocious and scary. Gu Nianji replied nonchalantly with an "oh" and nodded. "I see, but why did you use your egg cells and Wen Dao's sperm to synthesize fertilized eggs?" Weren't you the one who wanted to seduce a married man? Qin Yaoguang didn't want to lose face in front of Yi Qingjian, so she immediately said, this was just an experiment. The sperm was randomly extracted. If it wasn't Wendayo, it would have been someone else. Besides, we did so many experiments. Gu Nianji immediately seized on Qin Yaoguang's words and said loudly, then the defendant means that you did not only do this one experiment, but also many other experiments. Miss Qin Yaoguang, then how many children did your egg cells conceive? How many children? Qin Yaoguang snorted. I only have 2 biological daughters. How many children did I have? Didn't I say last time that this was a project by the United Nations Population Fund? The sperm and egg cells came from volunteers. That's right. There were so many volunteers. What about the other children they had? Don't tell me that Wen Shuyi was the only one who survived. Gu Nianji met Qin Yaoguang's gaze and didn't miss the anger and jealousy in her eyes. I'm sorry, but she was the only one who survived. Qin Yaoguang's plump lips curled up. Precious, right? Surprised, right? If it's so precious, you should have kept her in the laboratory. It's your fault for letting her out to harm people. Gu Nianji also curled her lips and said lightly. Her attitude angered Qin Yaoguang again. If you want to keep her in the laboratory, I should keep you in the laboratory and not let you go to the He family. It's really my fault for letting you out to harm people. Qin Yaoguang successfully returned Gu Nianji's words to Gu Nianji. She was very proud of herself. For her, arguing with others had never been her forte. Gu Nianji looked at her pitifully and immediately said, then you admit that you once locked me in the laboratory to do live experiments. Then 8 years ago, you instructed your lover, Wendayo, to kidnap me. Were you going to continue using me as an experiment? You ordered someone to send the kidnapped me to the airport where the international flight was. Were you going to send me out of the country? It's one thing for you to use me as an experiment, but you still want to send me out of the country to be experimented on by foreigners. Qin Yaoguang, you're really crazy. Gu Nianji deliberately raised her voice. Her sharp voice was like a sharp knife that slashed at Qin Yaoguang's head. Watch your mouth. Who's lover? How can a girl say something like that? Qin Yaoguang's attention was only focused on the word lover and completely ignored what Gu Nianji had said. Because Gu Nianji's reasoning happened to be true, Qin Yaoguang subconsciously didn't refute her. Yes, I shouldn't have said that Wendayo is your lover. I apologize. Gu Nianji nodded calmly. But you can't deny that you've been using me as a live experiment since I was 2 years old. There was a sudden commotion in the gallery behind Gu Nianji. Everyone couldn't help looking over. They saw that it was He Zhichu who was about to stand up, but He Qingjian and Xie Qingying held him back from both sides. He Zhichu's face was dark. He was a cold person to begin with, and now he was even colder. Everyone around him could clearly feel the murderous coldness. He clenched his fists tightly, and his knuckles cracked. He was furious to the extreme. When Qin Yaoguang saw this, she immediately had an idea. She pointed at He Zhichu and said, yes, in order to treat young Master He, I had no choice but to test the gene therapy again and again. I just extracted blood and bone marrow from you. If you say this is a live experiment, then I'll admit it. He Zhichu's mind went blank when he heard that his guess was confirmed. He even lost control of his body and was pulled to sit down by He Qingjian and Xie Qingying. There was no one else in his eyes except Gu Nianji. She was his life. Gu Nianji looked at He Zhichu worriedly. His face was too pale. Was he unable to stand the truth behind this? However, she was going to skin and bone Qin Yaoguang for interrogation today. She couldn't stop asking because she was worried about He Zhichu's emotions. She blinked apologetically at He Zhichu and turned to look at Qin Yaoguang. She said calmly, are you admitting that you used me as a live experiment? If blood and bone marrow extraction counts, Qin Yaoguang quickly retorted. What if blood and bone marrow extraction doesn't count? Then what is a live experiment? Gu Nianji quietly dug a hole for Qin Yaoguang. Qin Yaoguang fell for the trap and continued to explain to everyone. A real live experiment is, of course, not a blood and bone marrow extraction. Have you ever seen a lab experiment on a lab rat? A real live experiment is the same as using a lab rat. It's divided into physical resistance experiments, chemical nerve reflex experiments, toxicology experiments, immunity experiments, and so on. Qin Yaoguang looked Gu Nianji up and down and chuckled. From the looks of it, you look like I've done a live experiment on you. If I had really done a live experiment on you, would you still be able to stand here and be a lawyer? Miss Qin Yaoguang is so familiar with the procedures and consequences of a live experiment. I'm sure you've done a lot of it, right? Gu Nianji propped her hands on the dock and narrowed her eyes at Qin Yaoguang. Don't forget that when I was 6 years old, my father, Gu Xiangwen, took me away from you and sent me to the He family for protection. You didn't even dare to fart. Did someone get hold of you? Is this evidence that you used me as a live subject for your experiments? This was today's second watch, chapter 1759, Getting Hold of Me. There were 2 watches today. A reminder of everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1771. Gu Nianji's question was actually very problematic. If Qin Yaoguang had a decent lawyer by her side, she would have immediately stood up and objected to Gu Nianji's question, because her words just now were very misleading and speculative. However, she could only say that it wasn't honorable, but it wasn't against the law. Even the judge wouldn't take the initiative to say that she couldn't induce the defendant, or that she couldn't use speculation as evidence to interrogate the defendant. This was to leave room for the lawyers on both sides to argue. If your lawyer wasn't as skilled as others, you would lose. Sometimes things in court were just that simple. The young lawyer next to Qin Yaoguang was dizzy from hearing this. He didn't have the mood to call for a pause and object to Gu Nianji's question. Therefore, Gu Nianji repeated herself, Defendant Ms. Qin Yaoguang, 8 years ago, you colluded with Wen Dao, his wife, and your biological daughter, Wen Shi, to kidnap me. Why? What were you trying to get by using me as a live experiment? Qin Yaoguang's pupils constricted, and the string in her mind skipped a beat. Her heart was about to jump out of her throat. She stared at Gu Nianji in disbelief. She couldn't believe that she was clinging to this topic. In a moment of desperation, Qin Yaoguang suddenly caught a glimpse of Yi Qingjian sitting in the gallery. She looked at him affectionately, then turned to look at the aggressive Gu Nianji in front of her. She sneered, I won't admit to things I haven't done. I won't deny what I've done either. I only used you to donate your bone marrow to treat young Master He's illness. When did I ever use you as a live experiment? Show me the evidence. Otherwise, don't lie here, frame me, and mislead the judge. Bone marrow donation was a common treatment method. Of course, it couldn't be said to be a live experiment. Everyone understood this point. Soon, everyone in the courtroom was relieved. Gu Nianji followed Qin Yaoguang's gaze in surprise. Why did Qin Yaoguang suddenly become smart? Her gaze wandered over to the gallery. Yi Qingjian suddenly said something to the personal secretary next to him. The personal secretary immediately greeted the bailiff next to him. The bailiff hurriedly walked over from the corridor beside the spectators' seats and came up behind the judge. He lowered his head and whispered in his ear, The chief is not feeling well. Can we temporarily adjourn for 10 minutes? The judge immediately nodded. Do you want a healthcare doctor to come over and examine the bureau chief? They said there's no need to go through the trouble. There's a doctor accompanying us. The judge immediately banged his gavel and said, "Someone is not feeling well. We will adjourn for 10 minutes. The court will resume in 10 minutes. Gu Nianji didn't know what was going on, but Qin Yaoguang secretly smiled. Gu Nianji wanted to expose this matter, but Qin Yaoguang knew that someone definitely didn't want this matter to be exposed, so he would definitely protect her. Qin Yaoguang raised her head and slowly sat down. She looked at Gu Nianji enigmatically and smiled. "I advise you not to ramble on. Didn't you say that I shouldn't have kidnapped you? Can't I plead guilty?" She sneered and was taken to a small dark room by the bailiff to be locked up. Gu Nianji turned around in confusion and saw He Jichu follow He Qingjin out quickly with a cold expression. Xie Qingying chased after him for a few steps, but was stopped by He Jichu's personal secretary. The man said politely, "Miss Xie, young master, he has something important to discuss with the bureau chief. Please wait a moment." Xie Qingying had no choice but to stop in her tracks. She gripped the handle of her Hermes Kelly bag tightly with both hands and asked worriedly, "Uncle, he didn't look well just now. Is he not feeling well? We have a healthcare doctor accompanying us." "Don't worry," the man said as he quickly chased after him. He Qingjian didn't stop walking. He walked out of the courtroom with his back straight. He didn't stop in any of the rooms. He left the courthouse and got into his car. He Jichu chased after him all the way into the car. "Get out of the car!" he growled at He Qingjian's driver. He Qingjian's driver turned to look at He Qingjian at a loss. "Chief," he only listened to He Qingjian's orders. He Qingjian raised his hand expressionlessly. The driver received the order and quickly pushed open the car door to get out. He then closed the car door and stood guard around the bulletproof car with He Qingjian, He Jichu's personal secretary, and the guards. They were neither too far nor too close, just enough to protect the entire car, but not too close. Actually, even if they stood close to the car door, they wouldn't be able to hear what the people in the car were saying. Because the car was specially made, once the car door was closed, it would become a world of its own, and the soundproofing effect was very good. The curtains were raised in the dark brown car window, and even the outside world was cut off. Now that everyone around him had left, He Jichu gritted his teeth and asked, "Dad, is what Nianji said true? Qin Yaoguang really used her as a live experiment? Just to treat my illness?" Just now, Qin Yaoguang had said in court that she was only donating her bone marrow, but that kind of thing could fool ordinary people, but not He Jichu, the person involved. Judging from Qin Yaoguang's attitude towards Gu Nianji over the years, he didn't believe a single word that Qin Yaoguang had only asked Gu Nianji to donate her bone marrow. Moreover, he also believed that Gu Nianji had suddenly said that Qin Yaoguang had once done a live experiment on her. She definitely wasn't trying to frame her on a whim. He looked at He Qingjian in bewilderment. Thinking about how He Qingjian had left the courtroom in a hurry, his heart couldn't help sinking. However, it was as if he had fallen into a bottomless pit. He kept falling, but he couldn't reach the bottom. It was the most torturous feeling. He Qingjian snorted coldly. "I don't know if she did or not. I only know that she cured your illness. That's the end of it. Don't pursue this matter any further." He Jichu was extremely disappointed and shocked. It was as if his entire body had been scalded from the inside out with boiling water, then put into ice water, and frozen from the inside out. He could barely think normally when the heat and cold intertwined. His head hurt so much that it felt like it was about to split open. He Jichu held back his anger and asked in a low voice, "Dad, tell me honestly, how exactly did you cure my illness?" He had originally thought that it was really the same as what Qin Yaoguang had said about donating her bone marrow, and using Gu Nianji's bone marrow to cure his congenital genetic defect. However, judging from Qin Yaoguang and He Qingjian's reactions today, things definitely weren't that simple. He even remembered the earth-shattering argument that his mother, Qin Suan, had had with his father when she was still alive. Although he hadn't heard with his own ears what exactly they had argued about, he remembered that his mother had packed her luggage and prepared to leave home. She had separated from his father. At that time, the person who had stopped his mother was the little Gu Nianji, who had been sent by Gu Xiangwen. The 6-year-old Gu Nianji was pale and timid. She hid under the table when no one was paying attention. That pair of big, timid, frightened, and helpless eyes would forever remain in the memory of the 16-year-old youth at that time. He Jichu closed his eyes, and tears quietly seeped out from the corners of his eyes. He slowly raised his hand. There was already a revolver in his hand, and he pressed it against his temple. "Dad, are you still not going to tell me?" "All right, if you don't tell me, I don't want to live anymore. If my life is based on a live experiment on another innocent girl, this kind of life is sinful and shameful. Dad, I can't continue living. I want to see my mother." He Jichu spoke coldly. His finger was about to pull the trigger when He Qingjian quickly took out his gun and pointed it at his temple. He said, "All right, if you don't want to live anymore, there's no reason for me to continue living. Your mother is gone, and you are my only hope of living. If you want to leave, I'll go with you. Our family of 3 can reunite in the underworld." He Jichu was stunned for a moment. He Qingjian was quick to react. His other hand reached out like lightning and grabbed He Jichu's hand that was holding the revolver. He aimed it at his other temple. "Ah Chu, you don't have to die. Kill me and pay for Gu Nianji's life." He Jichu's insides were burning, and his entire body felt like it was being cooked in a pan of oil. He held back the tears that were about to burst out of his eyes and roared hoarsely, "Then you admit that you knew about the heartless things Qin Yaoguang did to Nianji? How old was she then?" 2 years old. "How could you do that to a 2-year-old child?" "I don't know." He Qingjian closed his eyes and roared, "But if this is the only way to save your life, I won't object." He really didn't know, and he didn't want to know how Qin Yaoguang had treated him. He just wanted to save his son. It was that simple. It didn't matter if his wife didn't agree. It didn't matter if his son didn't understand. He only did what he had to do as a father. He wouldn't tell He Jichu that Qin Yaoguang had promised him that she would only use Gu Nianji's blood, bone marrow, and genes. He Qingjian didn't know medicine or biology. He believed in Qin Yaoguang's ability to work on this matter. He had indeed made the right bet, but he hadn't expected the truth behind this matter to be so ugly and unbearable. But if it were to happen again, if Qin Yaoguang had personally told him that he had to do a live experiment to save He Jichu, what would he do? Would he rather his son die than agree to it? He Qingjian knew that he wouldn't, so he didn't shirk his responsibility. "No matter what, I won't stop you because she's the only person who can save your life." He Qingjian's voice was old and low, unyielding and stubborn. "If you're not satisfied, I'll give you an explanation. When I've arranged the work, I'll quit and commit suicide. I'll pay with my life." He Jichu looked at He Qingjian in a daze. He deeply understood how his mother, Qin Suan, felt. Had she been so helpless before? Had she been in so much pain that she wished she could die rather than let them hurt that innocent little girl? "No, Dad, you don't have to die. I'm the one who deserves to die," He Jichu said word by word. "If I had died earlier, Nianji wouldn't have suffered like this. I shouldn't have been born." "Ah Chu." He Qingjian looked at him sternly. "I won't allow you to say that. You're my Suan's son, my Suan's pride. Dad and Mom let you down with your illness. If there's any fault, I'll bear it alone. What's the use of bearing it? The damage has already been done." He Jichu's heart was empty, and he said as if he was talking in his sleep, "I used to hate her for losing her memories before she was 12 years old. I hated her for forgetting me. Now I know that forgetting me is actually the best ending between us. This is the first watch of the day, chapter 1760, the best ending between us. There are 2 watches today. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, especially the recommendation votes. Remember to vote all in one vote. 8:00 in the evening, the second watch. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1772. Achoo. He Qingjian was extremely sad. Looking at He Jichu's dejected expression, his eyes immediately turned red. He choked and said, "If you still like her, no. I don't like her." He Jichu came back to his senses and held back his tears. He shouted, "I haven't King liked her for a long time." He snatched his revolver back and slashed He Qingjian's wrist with his palm, snatching his pistol as well. This isn't over. He Jichu calmed down and took a deep breath. He turned a pistol in each hand, and his expression was cold. "I'll definitely find out if Qin Yaoguang did those live experiments or not. Before I find out, you can't do anything to stop me." He Qingjian looked deeply at He Jichu. As long as he didn't seek death, what couldn't he agree to? "You can investigate, but this matter can't be brought to court." He Qingjian drew a line for He Jichu. "If it's true, Qin Yaoguang will also be tried in secret by the military court." He Jichu lowered his eyes and thought about it. He nodded reluctantly. "I'll consider the legal matters. Don't interfere in this matter anymore. I'll take over now. I have to give Nianji an explanation." He Qingjian quickly agreed. "As long as you keep it a secret, I won't stop you. When I say not to investigate, I mean not to do what Nianji did in court." He Jichu opened the curtains expressionlessly. "Why? Are you afraid that what you've done will affect your personal image?" "Ha." He Qingjian turned his head disapprovingly and leaned against the back seat of the car. He said calmly, "When have I ever cared about my personal image? I'm doing this for Nianji's sake. If there's been an experiment, and Nianji's physique is so special, if you want her to become the target of live experiments for other countries, you have to investigate it openly. I won't stop you." He Jichu gripped the 2 pistols in his hands tightly. He had a strong urge to shoot at the target. Only the sound of gunshots could vent the anger in his heart. But he couldn't do anything. After sitting quietly in the car for a while, He Jichu returned the gun to He Qingjian. "Don't go. I'll go listen in. I can't give Qin Yaoguang any more illusions." He Qingjian smiled bitterly and put away his gun. "All right, I'll go back. I won't come to listen in anymore." Although he would not attend the trial, the video of the trial would still be sent to his office. If he wanted to see it, he could do so anytime. He Jichu didn't look back. He opened the car door and drove away. At this time, in one of the Qin family's villas in Xiangshan, old Master Qin, who had just returned from practicing Tai Chi in the exercise room, took a towel from the maid and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Wen Shi greeted him with a smile. "Chairman, you're amazing. I can't do this Tai Chi fist well. This is something for the elderly to take care of themselves. Why do you want to learn it?" Old Master Qin chuckled and sat down on the mahogany sofa. He picked up the teapot from the coffee table in front of him and poured himself a small cup of kung fu tea, sipping it slowly. Wen Shi said uneasily, "Dean Qin is in court today. Are we really not going to send a better lawyer for her?" Old Master Qin put down the purple sand kung fu teacup and said calmly, "Your mother is too stubborn sometimes. It's good to let her suffer a little. But she's someone who knows her limits. Besides, General He is here. Don't worry, nothing will happen." Wen Shi lowered her head and didn't dare to look old Master Qin in the eye. Chairman, you're still calling me chairman. Old Master Qin looked at her in amusement. Do you think our Qin family status is too low, or am I too old? No, no, no. Wen Shiyi quickly waved her hand in denial. The Qin family is too good. I'm not worthy of it. Chairman, you're old but strong. Even a young man like me can't catch up to you. Then why aren't you calling me grandfather? You can call me grandfather like Haoshan and the others, Old Master Qin said gently as he stroked his white beard. Old Master Qin said gently as he stroked his white beard. Yao Guang has a big temper and can't swallow her pride, so she refuses to acknowledge you. But think about it, Yao Guang's kindness to you all these years isn't fake. Wen Shiyi still lowered her head. After a while, she said softly, I know, and I don't mean to blame Dean Qin. But in the case of young master he being attacked by an infrasonic weapon, the chairman is innocent no matter what. I'm also a lawyer, so I know how to deal with them, so I was able to get the chairman out smoothly. I'll also work hard on Dean Qin's side. I won't let them humiliate Dean Qin. Yes, it's good if you can save him. If you can't, there's no need to put in too much effort, Old Master Qin said disapprovingly. Old Master Qin said disapprovingly, with young Master He and General He's relationship, they won't dare to do anything to Yao Guang. But I thought Dean Qin had offended the He family this time. Wen Shiyi said carefully, I don't care about Gunyanji's case. What I'm worried about is the case of the infrasonic weapon attack on young Master He. This case is rather tricky, so I asked you to withdraw the team of lawyers and give her a rookie lawyer with no experience. It's good that the He family can vent their anger this way. Old Master Qin sighed. Although Yao Guang is old and stubborn and disobedient, she is still my biological daughter. I won't abandon her. Wen Shiyi was half relieved, but she was worried that Qin Yao Guang would be forced by Gu Nianji and speak nonsense in court. Old Master Qin laughed loudly and said proudly, Don't worry, there's someone more worried than us that Yao Guang will speak nonsense. With him around, Yao Guang will definitely not speak nonsense. Old Master Qin knew his daughter's obsession with He Qingjian. Wen Shiyi thought for a moment and asked curiously, Is it General He? I know General He and young Master He will be there to listen. Who else could it be? Old Master Qin sighed and said helplessly, This is all a freak accident. Heaven is making a fool out of us. Wen Shiyi saw that there was a hidden meaning in Old Master Qin's words, so she took the opportunity to ask, Chairman, how did my mom get engaged to General He back then? You're still calling me chairman. If I call you chairman, I'm an outsider. Why should I tell an outsider about the Qin family? Old Master Qin bowed and went to play with the birds in the birdcage on the shelf next to the sofa. Wen Shiyi felt awkward for a while before whispering. Grandfather, just tell me, ha 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 ha, okay, I'll tell you. Old Master Qin turned around with a smile and looked Wen Shiyi up and down. He said, Yao Guang came to the imperial capital to study at the age of 16 and met He Qingjian, the young master of the He family. The two of them fell in love at first sight. At that time, the old master of the He family was still alive and liked Yao Guang very much. When Yao Guang was 18, she got engaged to He Qingjian under the auspices of the old master of the He family. Wen Shiyi recalled the situation back then and said wishfully, So it was love at first sight. Yes, unfortunately, love at first sight isn't very reliable. Old Master Qin shook his head regretfully. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been snatched away by an orphan from our Qin orphanage. You mean Mrs. He, Qin Suan? Of course it's her. Old Master Qin narrowed his turbid eyes, and there was a trace of reverence for fate in his tone. Who else could it be other than her? Wen Shiyi actually didn't understand why He Qingjian would fall in love with Qin Suan. She had seen Qin Suan before. She remembered that she was an ordinary-looking woman. Although she had a good temperament, was very capable, and was a famous lawyer. In Wen Shi's opinion, if her face wasn't good, all her other advantages would be discounted. After all, this was an era where looks mattered. Therefore, why would Qin Jian fall in love with the ordinary-looking Qin Suwen from the beautiful Qin Yaoguang? It was a mystery. Wen Shi couldn't understand. She didn't even believe that men would look at a woman's inner appearance more than her outer appearance. She touched her face. Young master, he would probably like this, wouldn't he? 10 minutes later, the court was in session again. The people outside filed in. After everyone was seated, Gu Nianji and Qin Yaoguang both realized that He Qingjian hadn't returned to the gallery. He Jichu and Xie Qingying sat together. The seat on the other side of Xie Qingying was empty. That seat used to belong to He Qingjian. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief. As long as He Qingjian wasn't here, she wasn't afraid of Qin Yaoguang messing with her. Qin Yaoguang was more surprised than stressed. He Qingjian wasn't going to sit in. What did that mean? Gu Nianji didn't give Qin Yaoguang more time to think. When the judge announced that the court would resume, Gu Nianji asked directly, "Defendant Qin Yaoguang, did you instruct Wen Dao and his wife to kidnap me so that you could continue your experiment?" Qin Yaoguang denied loudly, "No. My experiment has been successfully completed. I don't need to do any more experiments." "Really?" Gu Nianji smiled faintly. "That means you admit that you did do live experiments, but you've already successfully achieved your goal, so you don't need to do any more experiments." This was the second watch of the day, chapter 1761, I can't give her any more illusions. There were 2 watches today. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, especially the recommendation votes. Remember to vote all in one vote. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1773. Qin Yaoguang glared at Gu Nianji, her eyes almost popping out of their sockets. "When did I say I'd done live experiments? I'm just saying that my experiment is a success, and I don't need to do more experiments." "Then what kind of experiment is it?" Gu Nianji didn't let up. "If it's not a live experiment, why must you kidnap me?" "Then I have no comment." Qin Yaoguang rolled her eyes. "My experiments are a national secret. You don't have the right to know." "Really?" Gu Nianji chuckled. "You said your experiment was successful. Do you have any evidence to prove that your experiment was successful?" Gu Nianji remembered that Lu Jin had said that 4 years later, he had returned to the laboratory and destroyed all of Qin Yaoguang's experimental data and surveillance videos. On the plus side, no one would know the secret of Gu Nianji's special constitution. But on the bad side, it destroyed all the evidence of Qin Yaoguang's live experiments. Gu Nianji knew that she couldn't directly prove that Qin Yaoguang had abused her as a child from this aspect. Therefore, she used the method that He Jichu had suggested, repair the plank road in the open, but secretly move the canals in the dark. This method worked. Qin Yaoguang was led by the nose by Gu Nianji. She was conflicted about the experiments Gu Nianji had done when she was young. At that moment, she didn't remember that before Gu Nianji, she had also done many other, live experiments. That was how when Shuyi was born, Qin Yaoguang only remembered that all the experimental records related to Gu Nianji had been destroyed by Gu Xiangwen. They had hired the best computer experts abroad, but they had been unable to recover them, so she wasn't afraid of Gu Nianji applying for a search warrant at all. She said confidently, "Of course I have evidence. There's plenty of it in the lab. I've done all kinds of experiments over the years. If there aren't 1,000, there are at least hundreds of them. Which one you want to check, go check it yourself." Gu Nianji choked. Qin Yaoguang had actually come to play dumb. She deliberately changed the concept and made the experiment on Gu Nianji sound like a normal biological genetic experiment. Her mind raced, and she quickly thought of another breakthrough point. The data and records that Qin Yaoguang had used her for experiments had all been destroyed, but before her, Qin Yaoguang must have done similar experiments. Gu Nianji instantly thought of what Lu Jin had said. The success rate of gene editing in human embryos was very low. Lu Jin said that when Shuyi had been born, which proved that Qin Yaoguang had been experimenting in this area for a long time. Screening embryos with good genes through reproduction was a huge project that was time-consuming, laborious, and costly. The fact that when Shuyi was born and survived meant that Qin Yaoguang had done a lot of experiments in this area before her. That was because her method was a rather stupid one. She relied purely on accumulating quantitative changes to achieve qualitative changes. Before Gu Nianji was born, it was very likely that Qin Yaoguang's experiments still had data. At that moment, she recalled the financial statements of the Qin Corporation's private hospital group. The year around when Shuyi's birth was the year when the Qin Corporation's private hospital group's expenses were the highest. She remembered clearly that the money had flowed into a laboratory that Qin Yaoguang had set up in Z City. In other words, Qin Yaoguang's early experiments were done in Z City. It was the place where the Qin family made their fortune, and it was also their base camp and sphere of influence. Gu Nianji immediately raised her head and said to the judge in the courtroom, "Your Honor, I request that all the experimental records of Qin Yaoguang's laboratory from before and after the 26th be sealed and reviewed as evidence in court." Qin Yaoguang had thought that she had stumped Gu Nianji and that victory was in her grasp. When she heard the experimental records from before and after the 26th, her face suddenly turned pale. She said coldly, "You weren't even born 26 years ago. What does my experiments have to do with you?" As she spoke, she shouted objection at the judge and said, "The plaintiff's lawyer is being unreasonable. What happened 26 years ago has nothing to do with this kidnapping case. Even if there was a trial, it would be a different case." It had to be said that Qin Yaoguang had appeared in court many times and had already understood some of the key points of the confrontation between lawyers in court. The judge had no choice but to accept Qin Yaoguang's objection. He slowly knocked the gavel. "The objection is valid. Plaintiff's lawyer, please don't involve too much irrelevant content and focus on the motive in this case." This was to remind Gu Nianji that the case could be closed with only one motive. This was because when the court tried a case, it was not certain that the defendant would be convicted just because he or she pleaded guilty. It also required a comprehensive consideration of witnesses, physical evidence, and the motive of the crime to form a relatively complete chain of evidence before the trial could be closed. Now that Qin Yaoguang's mastermind was the kidnapping case, there was a witness and physical evidence, but the motive was still unknown. Although Qin Yaoguang, Wen Dayou, and Liang Meili all claimed that it was to make room for Qin Yaoguang's other biological daughter, Wen Shui, because Gu Nianji was also Qin Yaoguang's biological daughter, this motive did not make sense. However, He Jichu listened to Gu Nianji's request and silently took out his phone. He sent a text message to his subordinates and asked them to apply for a search warrant to go to Z City in the south to seal up the experimental records of one of Qin Yaoguang's laboratories there. Gu Nianji's gaze fell in He Jichu's direction. She only felt relieved when she saw He Jichu nod slightly at her. She knew that He Jichu would definitely not let go of this clue. Since someone had already gone to investigate, Gu Nianji focused her attention on Qin Yaoguang's motive for kidnapping her 8 years ago. She had initially wanted to prove that Qin Yaoguang wanted to continue using her as a live subject for experiments. To be honest, Gu Nianji felt that this motive was Qin Yaoguang's real motive. However, it was a pity that the data had been completely destroyed by Lu Jin, or Gu Xiangwen. Now, there was no physical evidence to support her conclusion to prove this motive. Therefore, she could only find another way. Gu Nianji returned to her plaintiff's stand and looked through all her records and evidence. She didn't know how else she could break through the layers of barriers set up by Qin Yaoguang. She had originally prepared 2 plans A and B to prove Qin Yaoguang's motive. Plan A had originally been to prove that Qin Yaoguang wasn't her biological mother. Qin Yaoguang had kidnapped her to make room for her biological daughter, Wen Shui. However, Lu Jin's paternity test had proved that she was indeed Qin Yaoguang's biological daughter. Without further evidence, she could only give up on this plan and switch to Plan B. Her Plan B was to risk exposing her constitution to prove that Qin Yaoguang still wanted to continue using her as a live subject for experiments. However, Qin Yaoguang had already refuted it. Therefore, Plan B was no longer viable. This was a tough nut to crack. Where was the breakthrough point? Gu Nianji's slender and nimble fingers rummaged through the dossier in front of her. Her gaze suddenly swept past an A4 paper with a photo printed on it. These were the photos she had used to compare the looks of the women from the Qin family. The 4 photos were of Luo Piapiao's mother, Luo Piapiao, Wen Shui, and another cousin of the Qin family, Qin Yaoguang, who had lived to adulthood but had died in childbirth. The next 2 were photos of Gu Nianji and Qin Yaoguang. Looking at these photos, Gu Nianji felt a strong sense of incongruity. Qin Yaoguang was definitely a daughter of the Qin family, and Wen Shui was the bridge to prove this. However, Gu Nianji didn't look like a daughter of the Qin family at all, and Qin Yaoguang didn't look like a typical daughter of the Qin family either. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. That's right, she could start with Qin Yaoguang's appearance. Perhaps there was still something to uncover about Qin Yaoguang's background. Gu Nianji raised her head and said to the judge in the courtroom, "Your Honor, I request to provide new evidence. Please give me 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, I will present the new evidence." The judge looked at her for a while, already a little impatient. However, for the sake of the He family, he still nodded. "Okay, I'll give you 10 more minutes. However, I want to remind the plaintiff's lawyer that if there's no new evidence in 10 minutes, this case can't be delayed any longer." Gu Nianji was instantly under a lot of pressure. However, she still nodded. "Thank you, Your Honor. We will soon prove Qin Yaoguang's motive." The judge didn't look at her and knocked his gavel with a straight face. Since the plaintiff wants to provide more evidence, the court will adjourn for 10 minutes. The court will resume in 10 minutes. After the judge finished speaking, he immediately stood up and left the courtroom. Qin Yaoguang smiled and raised her chin at Gu Nianji. She was taken to the small dark room by the bailiff to continue her detention. Gu Nianji left the courtroom with her briefcase and went to the storage area to retrieve her phone and laptop. She went to the small conference room where the internet was allowed in the courtroom. She connected to the Wi-Fi there and began to search the internet like crazy. Lu Jin and Hu Xiaoheng had been listening quietly from the back of the courtroom. When they saw Gu Nianji enter the small conference room alone, they didn't know what she was going to do. Lu Jin paced the corridor for a while with his phone in his hand. In the end, he sent Gu Nianji a text message. "What are you looking for?" Gu Nianji quickly replied, "I'm looking for photos of Qin Yaoguang's mother and photos of Qin Yaoguang when she was a child. Baby, childhood, teenager, young adult. Do you have any?" Lu Jin asked in confusion, "Why are you looking for photos of her mother and her when she was a child?" Gu Nianji was very anxious, so she simply sent a voice message, "I have an important use for it. Dad, if you have it, send it to me quickly. I only have 10 minutes. Now that 6 minutes have passed, I only have 4 minutes left. If I can't find these photos in 4 minutes, Qin Yaoguang will be acquitted." Lu Jin didn't expect the consequences to be so serious. He hesitated for a moment. 30 seconds later, photos of Qin Yaoguang's deceased biological mother and a few photos of herself as a teenager and young adult were sent to Gu Nianji's phone. Gu Nianji looked at the photos and was instantly very disappointed. Qin Yaoguang had looked like this since she was a teenager. She hadn't changed much at all. Qin Yaoguang's mother could be considered delicate and pretty, but there was no sign of Qin Yaoguang's mother on Qin Yaoguang's face. The Qin family's daughter's round face and flat nose were from the Qin family's men. So she was still in the wrong direction. There was nothing strange about Qin Yaoguang's appearance. Was it just a genetic mutation? So she didn't look like her father or her mother. Gu Nianji rubbed the photos on her phone with her hand and reluctantly sent Lu Jin another text message. Do you have photos of Qin Yaoguang as a baby and as a child? Lu Jin quickly replied, No, I only met her when she was in university. I just hacked into the Qin family's internet system and found the photos of her when she was a teenager. Lu Jin's second reply was, There are no photos of Qin Yaoguang as a baby in the Qin family's internet system. Maybe they weren't scanned and uploaded. Photos from decades ago were all on film and needed to be developed before they could be displayed. They weren't digital photos now, which could be uploaded online as soon as they wanted. Therefore, even if the Qin family had filmed photos of Qin Yaoguang as a baby and as a child, it was too late to search for them now. She looked at her watch. Another minute had passed. She only had 3 minutes left. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1762, only 3 minutes left. There were 2 updates today. A reminder to everyone for their monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 8:00 in the evening, the second update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1774. 3 minutes was definitely not a long time. For us humans, it might only be enough time to eat a small orange or go downstairs to get a phone charger. However, for a hummingbird, it could flap its wings 2,700 to 14,400 times. So whether it was long or short depended on how you used it. Gu Nianji's mind raced. She felt that the density of her thoughts was like the wings of a hummingbird, flapping crazily on a mountain. The unprecedented intensity of her thinking made her come to her senses in a hurry, and she even took a risk. Wasn't it just to find out what was wrong with Qin Yaoguang's appearance? She might as well start with her appearance. Gu Nianji quickly made a decision. After storing her phone and laptop, she rushed to the courtroom. She was the last one to enter the room. The judge looked at his watch in the courtroom and was already impatient. However, Gu Nianji wasn't late, and the judge didn't say anything. He only knocked the gavel and said, Plaintiff's lawyer, you said you have new evidence. Can you present it? Gu Nianji walked out from behind the plaintiff's stand confidently and said to the judge, Your Honor, I request the court to provide a computer with an X-ray 3D scanning system. The judge, everyone in the courtroom looked at her in confusion. What was she doing? Xie Qingying sat next to He Zhichu and whispered to him. What's wrong with Nianji? Didn't she want to provide evidence? He Zhichu didn't say anything and frowned slightly. The judge tilted his head in confusion and asked, Plaintiff's lawyer, please explain why you're requesting this. Let me remind you that your request must be directly related to the case. This meant that Gu Nianji wasn't allowed to continue rambling. Gu Nianji was planning to go all out. In for a penny, in for a pound. She raised her head and said in a clear voice, I'm requesting a computer with an X-ray 3D scanning system that can directly perform a facial identification on Qin Yaoguang and confirm that she's a party to this case. Qin Yaoguang's eyes narrowed slightly. She understood Gu Nianji's intentions and couldn't help sneering inside. She wanted to verify her appearance. Ha! Then let's give it a try. Don't think it's too much of a slap in the face. Gu Nianji smiled at Qin Yaoguang and said calmly, in terms of appearance, the Qin family's daughters all have common facial features. Qin Yaoguang doesn't, and neither do I, but Qin Yaoguang's other biological daughter, Wen Shui, has this common facial feature. A person's appearance is basically inherited from their parents. But Wen Shui's biological father, Wen Dao, doesn't look like the Qin family. Wen Shui's mother, Qin Yaoguang, doesn't look like the Qin family's daughter at all, so how did Wen Shui's appearance come about? I'm very curious. However, Wen Shuyi has the same facial features as the other daughters of the Qin family. This indirectly means that Wen Shuyi is a daughter of the Qin family. Because Wen Shuyi, who looks similar to the daughter of the Qin family, can prove that she is Qin Yaoguang's biological daughter, then Qin Yaoguang must also be a daughter of the Qin family. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to give birth to a daughter with such a look. She had originally suspected that Qin Yaoguang wasn't Old Master Qin's biological daughter, but after seeing the results of the DNA paternity test between Wen Shuyi and Qin Yaoguang, she had already ruled out this possibility. But at the same time, as Qin Yaoguang's biological daughter, I don't have the typical facial features of a daughter of the Qin family, so I'm very curious about this huge difference in appearance. Therefore, I request a 3D scan of the defendant, Qin Yaoguang's face to see if there's anything extra on her face, or if there's anything missing. Because there are usually two explanations for this kind of difference in appearance. One is that the defendant, Qin Yaoguang, has a genetic mutation, and the other is plastic surgery. But if it's a genetic mutation, the mutated gene will be preserved. In other words, Qin Yaoguang's daughter should all look similar to me. In the end, Wen Shuyi, who was also proven to be Qin Yaoguang's biological daughter, was different. She didn't obtain this mutated gene, but her appearance was still the same as the other daughters of the Qin family. How can a person's genes mutate and remain the same at the same time? This doesn't make sense. Gu Nianji paused at this point. She had a vague feeling that something was wrong. She couldn't help looking at Lu Jin and Hua Xiaoheng, who were sitting in the corner of the gallery. Both of them had disguised themselves, so it was impossible to tell what they looked like. Lu Jin noticed that Gu Nianji was looking at him thoughtfully. He suddenly felt a sense of guilt and slipped under the seat. He lowered his body so that Gu Nianji wouldn't see him. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She quietly gave Hua Xiaoheng a look to tell him to look at Lu Jin. Hua Xiaoheng nodded slightly and pulled Lu Jin up, who was about to slide under the seat. Lu Jin impatiently slapped Hua Xiaoheng's hand away. Gu Nianji held back her laughter when she saw this. She turned to the judge and continued, then if it was plastic surgery, Wen Shuyi's appearance makes sense. But my appearance is a problem. Let me ask you, if Qin Yaoguang had plastic surgery, how could I look like Qin Yaoguang after plastic surgery? This is simply unimaginable. Since there are so many suspicious points in this case, and these suspicious points are related to Qin Yaoguang's real motive for kidnapping me 8 years ago, I request that Qin Yaoguang's appearance be scanned with a special instrument to rule out the possibility that she had plastic surgery. Qin Yaoguang looked at Gu Nianji expressionlessly, but her hands quietly clenched into fists under the dock. The judge discussed it with the clerks on both sides and agreed to Gu Nianji's request. They had a spare of this kind of instrument in the court, so they quickly transferred one over. This was a device similar to the one used in airports and train stations for luggage security. The difference was that the airport and train station checked luggage, while Gu Nianji wanted to check Qin Yaoguang's appearance. Qin Yaoguang was furious when she saw the machine. She said with a livid face, as if she had been humiliated, "It's actually this kind of machine. Gu Nianji, what grudge do you have against me? Do you want everyone to see me naked? This kind of X-ray scanner could indeed show all the body parts under the clothes." Gu Nianji smiled and said, "You're thinking too much. It's only testing the outline of your face. It doesn't include the parts below your neck." "Really?" Qin Yaoguang looked at the machine suspiciously. "Can you guarantee it? You can sit here and look at the 3D scan image displayed on this monitor. You can pause it at any time." As she spoke, Gu Nianji sat behind the computer console and began to aim the camera at Qin Yaoguang's face. She then connected the computer screen with the big screen in the courtroom. Soon, the lights in the courtroom dimmed, and the big white screen lit up. Just like a movie, Qin Yaoguang's big head appeared on the big screen. As expected, the parts below her neck did not appear. Qin Yaoguang breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to touch her plump lips. Gu Nianji focused on operating the computer and displayed Qin Yaoguang's 3D facial outline on the big screen in the courtroom. At first, it was still Qin Yaoguang's beautiful face, but gradually, it was as if light had shone into the dark muscles, and the subcutaneous tissue could be seen clearly. The camera started scanning Qin Yaoguang's forehead and went down to her chin. After a series of operations, Gu Nianji's forehead started to sweat. This was because the 3D scan showed that there were no signs of plastic surgery on Qin Yaoguang's face. She operated on the computer and found that the computer could go online, but it was on the court's intranet. As she searched for information about the software, she continued to scan Qin Yaoguang's facial outline a second time. At that moment, she saw a note that said that with the improvement of plastic surgery technology, there were some plastic surgery methods that couldn't be detected by X-rays or CT scans. Gu Nianji's heart sank. That meant that the 3D scan of Qin Yaoguang's facial outline might not yield any results. It might even prove that she hadn't undergone plastic surgery. If that was the case, then she was definitely going to lose the case. Not only was Gu Nianji's forehead sweating, but her palms were also starting to sweat. No, she couldn't be nervous. She had to think of a way. After the camera scanned Qin Yaoguang's facial outline for 2 rounds, it should have stopped scanning. However, Gu Nianji wasn't in a daze. The camera in her hand didn't stop scanning. Instead, it zoomed in. Then, the big screen in the courtroom no longer showed the subcutaneous tissue of Qin Yaoguang's facial outline, but her skull. In the end, the skeleton was removed and a complete skull appeared on the big screen. 2 dark eye sockets were aimed at everyone in the courtroom, and the nostrils were facing the sky. It was commonly known as looking at people with one's nostrils. That was what it looked like, right? Gasps could be heard in the courtroom. Qin Yaoguang's face was ashen as she said loudly, "What is this? Didn't you want to scan my face? Did you find any evidence?" Gu Nianji came back to her senses and realized that she hadn't turned off the camera. Instead, she had made the camera increase the precision and depth of the scan. In the end, even Qin Yaoguang's skull had been scanned. Gu Nianji smiled bitterly and pressed her finger on it. She was about to turn off the screen, but for some reason, she couldn't press it. There seemed to be a flash of inspiration in her mind. She raised her head and looked at the skull on the big screen again. Then, she looked at Qin Yaoguang's furious face opposite her, and the stories of forensic tests she had heard from Chunlai in the other world. An almost crazy idea quietly surfaced in her mind. Gu Nianji's plump, curvy lips slowly curved into a joyful smile, then gradually widened into a radiant smile. It was like ripples of spring water appearing on her entire face. She quickly checked the computer and found that because it was the court's computer, it happened to be directly connected to the database of the court system and the police system. Of course, to use these databases, she still needed permission. Gu Nianji pressed pause and said to the judge, "Your Honor, I request that the court give me permission to connect to the database of the court system and the police system. I just need to connect to the forensic database." The judge looked at her in surprise and was even more confused. "Lawyer Gu, do you know what you're doing?" "Of course I know. I only need 15 minutes to explain all my actions to you," Gu Nianji said confidently. This was her last chance, and she wouldn't give up. The judge discussed it with the people on both sides and finally said, "I can give you permission, but you only have the last 15 minutes. If you don't have any new evidence, we'll sentence you." "Okay, thank you, Your Honor," Gu Nianji said calmly. She sat behind the computer console and waited for the permission to be granted. She quickly connected to the forensic database of the National Police System. In this database, there was a sub-database called the Facial Features Database. Gu Nianji saved a screenshot of Qin Yaoguang's facial bones, then connected to the Forensic Facial Features database and began to reconstruct her facial features. Her superb computer skills helped her a lot once again. It only took her 10 minutes to complete the reconstruction of her facial features based on Qin Yaoguang's facial bone system. Another woman's head picture appeared on the big screen. She had a large silver plate face, sparse eyebrows, and a flat nose bridge that had almost become the hallmark of the Qin family's daughter. She had a slightly wide nose, and a slightly raised nose. At first glance, she looked at least 80% similar to Wen Shui. She was just a little older and a little older. Qin Yaoguang's face turned ashen when she saw the head picture. She felt as if her energy was being sucked out. She leaned against the seat in the dock, her heart pounding. Her mind was blank, and she couldn't think normally. Gu Nianji's voice rang out in the courtroom again. She pointed at the head picture on the big screen in the courtroom after the facial features had been reconstructed. She said slowly, "Everyone, please take a look. I used skull facial reconstruction technology to restore Qin Yaoguang's facial bones. Skull reconstruction scanning is a new computer technology that can outline a person's appearance from their bones. This kind of technology used to be used in the field of forensics and archaeology to restore the appearance of those corpses. With the development of big data, skull reconstruction scanning technology has become more and more accurate in restoring the appearance of bones. Its accuracy can reach 95%. In terms of appearance, this accuracy can be said to be 100%. Qin Yaoguang couldn't take it anymore. She screamed, "Shut up. This is a technology that's used on dead people. How dare you use it on me?" Gu Nianji shrugged disapprovingly and said, "This is just a technology. It's the same as restoring the appearance on the basis of bones. What's the difference between a living and a dead person? I think you'd better explain why the face reconstructed with your facial bones is completely different from your own appearance." This was the second update of the day, 4,000 words, chapter 1763, excluding the parts below the neck. There were 2 updates today. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, all the big shots, little angels. Chapter 1775. Qin Yaoguang's entire body trembled, and her heart almost jumped out of her throat. She was so angry that she was about to faint. Her face turned purple, and her tongue trembled as if it was tied in a knot. I've never heard of using this method to reconstruct a living person's appearance. This isn't scientific. It can't be used as legal evidence in court. Now not only have you heard of it, but you've also seen it with your own eyes, Gu Nianji said lightly as she leaned forward with her hands behind her back. This isn't credible at all. Qin Yaoguang knew that she was experiencing the greatest crisis of her life. If she wasn't careful, she would be doomed eternally. At the juncture of life and death, Qin Yaoguang's rigorous and self-disciplined habits, which she had developed from years of academic research, finally prevailed. She tried her best to control her breathing and calm her racing heart. She objected loudly. Gu Nianji had also thought of this method in a hurry. Moreover, this software was professional software for the forensic system. It relied on algorithms and a powerful database. She was still at the stage of knowing what was going on, but not knowing why. She was suddenly questioned by Qin Yaoguang, and she felt a little powerless. She wanted to search for more information, but in court, she was only fighting alone. She didn't have an assistant to immediately search for information for her. At this moment, Gu Nianji finally realized the advantage of teamwork. However, at the last minute, she had to brace herself and turn this thing around. Gu Nianji was deep in thought. Just as she was about to stall for time, she suddenly heard a clear and powerful male voice coming from the gallery. It was He Jichu's voice. "Your Honor, I'm one of the plaintiffs in this case. I'm also an expert witness for the police. I think I'm qualified to say a few words. Everyone in the courtroom looked over. He Ji-chu was wearing an olive green military uniform. He stood up from the gallery and walked out. He walked on hurriedly to Gu Nianji's side and stood shoulder to shoulder with her. The judge remembered that He Ji-chu had also been a lawyer, and he still had a lawyer's license. He quickly nodded. Aloud. He Ji-chu's gaze turned to Qin Yaoguang's face, which had already calmed down. He said coldly, "Skull scanning and restoration isn't a very new technology. Its theoretical basis came from the Soviet anthropologist academician Gerasimov a century ago. He once wrote a book called The Principles of Restoring the Appearance of the Skull. In the early years, the skull restoration technology was based on anatomical principles and used sculpting techniques to restore the appearance of the skull. The deviation was indeed quite large. But with the development of computer technology and the sudden emergence of big data, this technology has made a qualitative leap. The skull scan restoration technique is essentially the result of using a computational function to analyze the human body. It looks like a computer program, but the real foundation is mathematics and algorithms. The appearance of the human body is determined by the bones. Although there is a difference in size, the general direction of the bones will not change. Our country's forensic system has the most powerful facial database in the world. After analyzing the skull data with a computer, we can find the best combination of facial features according to the algorithm. More importantly, this set of software and database was obtained by forensic scientists from scientific practice. May I ask if there is any scientific evidence to support the defendant's claim that it is unscientific? He Ji-chu looked at Qin Yaoguang quietly after he finished speaking. His almond-shaped eyes were almost identical to his father, He Qingjin's almond-shaped eyes. Qin Yaoguang was tongue-tied by the question. The psychological defense that she had just established almost completely collapsed under He Ji-chu's sharp gaze. This is an error to begin with. And I'm standing here perfectly fine. You insisted on using bones to reconstruct my appearance, and you even deliberately made it different. Who would believe you? Qin Yaoguang pinched her face with her hand and continued, "If you mean that I've had plastic surgery, then show me the evidence. Don't use such illusory things to deliberately discredit me." Gu Nianji was very grateful that He Ji-chu had stood up for her. She finally felt a sense of relief that she wasn't fighting alone. In her joy, her sharpness and intelligence returned. Seeing that Qin Yaoguang had flatly denied that she had had plastic surgery, Gu Nianji pointed at the silver face on the big screen and said calmly, "If this isn't evidence, what other evidence do you want? Besides, do you really think we can't detect whether you've had plastic surgery or not? Looking at the difference between your appearance and your restored appearance, I can conclude that your plastic surgery is definitely not a microadjustment. It's not a microplastic surgery like hyaluronic acid injection and Botox injection. It's a major plastic surgery that requires surgery. There are usually two methods for plastic surgery that requires surgery. One is autologous tissue transplantation, and the other is allogeneic tissue transplantation. The plastic surgery methods that can be detected by 3D scanning are all allogeneic tissue transplantation, which means that tissues that don't belong to your body are transplanted into your body. For example, you can use silicone to pad the bridge of your nose, or you can use your own cartilage to pad the bridge of your nose. The former can be detected, but the latter has to be operated on to confirm. Are you willing to lie on the operating table and let us examine your face? Gu Nianji spread her hands. I promise there will be no pain and no side effects. I can even skip general anesthesia. By this time, she had already confirmed that Qin Yaoguang had had plastic surgery. After all, Gu Nianji trusted the software and data more than Qin Yaoguang. In the face of big data and algorithms, human words were much less reliable. Qin Yaoguang was furious. She pointed at Gu Nianji and was so excited that her arms were trembling. Don't even think about it. Why should I lie on the operating table and be examined by you? Do you think I'm a lab rat? You're only allowed to set fire to the state officials, but not allowed to light the lamps, Gu Nianji said casually. Gu Nianji said nonchalantly, you're allowed to treat other people as lab rats, but you're not allowed to treat you as one. Besides, at your age, you're just an old lab rat. You still have the nerve to call yourself a lab rat. You're so willing to put on airs. I don't care what you say. No one can force me to do something I don't want to do. Qin Yaoguang objected flatly. Gu Nianji smiled slightly. If you don't want to, then it proves that you have a guilty conscience. I don't think there's a need to test your appearance. You should know about counter-evidence. You. Qin Yaoguang was rendered speechless by Gu Nianji's retort. If she agreed to the test, it would be a trap. If she didn't agree to the test, it would also be a trap. What about you? Gu Nianji used her hand to push Qin Yaoguang's fingers away and continued, now let's move on to the next question. Why do I look so much like you after you've had plastic surgery? Qin Yaoguang sat down and sneered. Because you've also had plastic surgery. Do you dare to let everyone examine your appearance? Do you dare to lie on the operating table and let me use the scalpel to lift your face and see what's underneath? Why did you say also? Gu Nianji immediately caught the loophole in Qin Yaoguang's words and said to the judge in the courtroom, Your Honor, it has now been confirmed that Qin Yaoguang has had plastic surgery before. She admitted it herself. When did I admit it myself? Qin Yaoguang retorted in panic. I was just going along with what you said. You said I had plastic surgery, so I said you had plastic surgery too. How can this be used as evidence? Fine. Gu Nianji tilted her head disdainfully. Then I'll convince you wholeheartedly. She looked at the judge and said calmly, I also want to try the skull scan and restoration software to see how effective it is. Qin Yaoguang was stunned. You really want to test it? Of course. Gu Nianji turned to look at the judge in the courtroom and said loudly, I ask Your Honor to send a staff member who can operate this software to test me. The judge also wanted to see if this software would be as effective on a living person. He discussed it with the court clerks on both sides and agreed to Gu Nianji's request. When He Zhichu saw this, he sat beside Gu Nianji to accompany her. He didn't go back to the spectator seats. The camera of the device also turned around and aimed at Gu Nianji's face. Soon, Gu Nianji's charming and lively smiling face appeared on the big screen. Her eyes were black and bright, glistening with tears, as if she wanted to tell him something. Her face was small to begin with, and with the big silver plate face just now, her face was even smaller. Her plump lips curled up slightly, and she was as beautiful as the first begonia that bloomed on a branch in spring. Then, as the camera moved forward, the accuracy increased step by step and zoomed in. Finally, the X-ray scanned the shape of the bones and appeared on the big screen. It was as if in just an instant, the beautiful girl had become a skull. The great visual impact of the vicissitudes of life and the pink skeleton shocked everyone's heart. After a while, the program operator took a screenshot of Gu Nianji's skull and connected it to the database to reconstruct her appearance. 15 minutes later, a delicate and lively girl appeared on the big screen again. She looked at least 90% similar to Gu Nianji herself. The only differences were her hairstyle and eyebrows. This was the easiest thing to change. In terms of appearance reconstruction, this difference was completely negligible. Gu Nianji nodded with satisfaction and smiled. See, I told you this software was reliable, right? And this also proves that I definitely haven't had plastic surgery. She looked at Qin Yaoguang and scoffed. Defendant Qin Yaoguang, you're still a scientist. You lie without a draft. So how do you prove the huge difference in our appearances? Genetic mutation. Qin Yaoguang looked at Gu Nianji in a daze and suddenly smiled sinisterly. It's a genetic mutation. Don't forget, I edited your genes in order to treat young Master He's illness. That's why you look like this now. Then you'd better admit that you don't actually look like this. You did have plastic surgery. Gu Nianji refused to let go of this point. But how did you manage to make me look like when I grew up? There seemed to be something wrong with this sentence. Gu Nianji didn't react for a moment and just blurted it out. This was today's first update, chapter 1764, there seems to be something wrong with this sentence. There were 2 updates today. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. Dear friends, you can update the Qidian app. The latest version has a very interesting character tag. Dear friends, you can go to the character you like to tag, like, and make a heart gesture. No matter where you read the novel, I hope you can come to Qidian Girls Net to like the character you like and tag your own tag. At 8 p.m., the second update. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1776. However, Gu Nianji was only stunned for a moment before she quickly came back to her senses. A thought flashed through her mind, and she continued to pursue Qin Yaoguang. No, how could you have made me look like this before I was born? Your imagination is too rich. Qin Yaoguang pursed her lips. I've always looked like this since I was young. I still have photos of me when I was about 10 years old. If you don't believe me, you can take a look for yourself. Even if I did it according to someone else's appearance, how could I look decades later? Aren't you overestimating our country's plastic surgery technology from decades ago? Gu Nianji was stunned. Qin Yaoguang's words made a lot of sense. She remembered the photos of Qin Yaoguang as a teenager and a young woman that Hu Xiaoheng had obtained. They were indeed the same as they were now. Now, Qin Yaoguang had even taken the initiative to take out photos of herself when she was about 10 years old. Didn't that mean that the reason for plastic surgery was still untenable? Gu Nianji felt a headache coming on. What was going on? She had been very confident in overturning Qin Yaoguang's claim and insisting that she had undergone plastic surgery. But the timing wasn't right. If Qin Yaoguang had really undergone plastic surgery, she would have had it when she was about 10 years old. At that time, she was still young. Even if she could have undergone plastic surgery, there was no such seamless plastic surgery technology in that era. Hyaluronic acid, Botox, and autologous tissue transplantation and filling were all products of recent technological development. Plastic surgery decades ago was still stuck at silicone, the universal plastic surgery material. If it had been filled with silicone, their 3D scan would have shown it long ago. Gu Nianji was silent. Seeing that Gu Nianji was speechless, Qin Yaoguang felt refreshed. She felt like she had come back to life. She looked at Gu Nianji with a smile and pursed her lips. Her smile was especially amiable. Nianji, don't think too much. I know I'm not a good mother to you, but I'm still your biological mother. Our appearances prove that. As for Wen Shui, I can tell you that she was just the product of that experiment. I also genetically edited her DNA and filled in the Qin family's original genes. That's why she looked like the other girls of the Qin family. Qin Yaoguang explained the secret of Wen Shui's appearance to Gu Nianji in an especially amiable manner. Gu Nianji didn't believe a word he said, but she couldn't find a reason to refute him. She seemed to remember Lu Jin saying that Wen Shui's genes were flawed, but he didn't say what the flaw was, and she didn't ask at the time. Now that Qin Yaoguang had taken the initiative to confirm that she had edited Wen Shui's genes and filled them with the Qin family's original genes, Gu Nianji frowned and compared it with what Lu Jin had said at the time. Lu Jin said at the time, "My approach is completely different from Qin Yaoguang's. She disrupted the order of the original gene fragments and only cultivated He Jichu's defective genes. On the basis of your original genes, I excluded those non-human virus genes, and then used your own genes to expand the expression and complement it. The result of doing this is that your genes have not been changed. Instead, they have been optimized to the greatest extent possible. As it turned out, I succeeded. You possess the first perfect gene in human history. And it's on the basis that your original genes aren't changed. Lu Jin had also mentioned that before Qin Yaoguang had successfully allowed Wen Shui to survive and be born, she had also done many embryo experiments. However, only Wen Shui had been born and had grown so big. What did this mean? Gu Nianji had a bold guess. After spending the past few days with Lu Jin and watching him do biological experiments and sequence DNA, she had also learned some basic knowledge about biology. Of course, every piece of what Gu Nianji considered basic knowledge would cause a stir in the world of biology. It was just that she didn't know about it. Gu Nianji raised her head and controlled her excitement. She continued to ask Qin Yaoguang, "You mean, you edited Wen Shui's genes and changed her original genes?" Of course. When Qin Yaoguang talked about her profession and experiments, she immediately beamed with joy. I was the one who came up with the concept of gene editing and found the perfect gene editing method. Only I can successfully do this kind of experiment. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and stopped Qin Yaoguang from boasting further. She made a pause, a gesture for the basketball game, and said to Qin Yaoguang, "All right, I know that you were in the same lab as my father and learned a lot of things from him. You don't have to show off here." Qin Yaoguang choked on the words she had in her stomach. She was so angry that her facial features were slightly twisted. As Gu Nianji spoke, she carefully studied Qin Yaoguang's face. The concept of gene editing is indeed excellent, but unfortunately, a fertilized egg that has been genetically modified will either be unable to implant and conceive, or miscarry very quickly after conception. Because human genes are very complicated, and with the current technological capabilities of humans, we can only optimize existing genes and not change them. So I think that the defendant, Qin Yaoguang, said that she had gene-edited Wen Shui and filled in the genes of the Qin family. This method would not have allowed her to survive. So I think that the defendant, Qin Yaoguang, was lying. She didn't fill in the genes of the Qin family. She only tried to optimize Wen Shui's genes, but it was obvious that she failed. Gu Nianji's words were all conclusions that she had stolen from Lu Jin. Lu Jin sat in the corner of the gallery and was overjoyed. He had given Gu Nianji countless thumbs up in his heart. He couldn't help but lower his voice and show off to Hu Xiaoheng. "Peter, did you see that? This is the difference between a genius and a mediocre person. A genius can write an academic paper just by chatting with you. And a mediocre person, even if you force these ideas down his throat, he can spit them all out for you." Hu Xiaoheng, the more Qin Yaoguang listened, the more shocked she became. She didn't understand how Gu Nianji had such a deep understanding of gene editing. It wasn't that Gu Nianji had a thorough understanding of the details of gene editing, but that she had a high understanding and grasp of this method. This kind of understanding was something that even Qin Yaoguang herself had only just realized after decades and countless failures, let alone a normal biology graduate student. That was, with the current technological conditions, human genes could not be changed. Adults who had been genetically modified basically couldn't get up and down the operating table. The survival rate of genetically modified fertilized eggs was also very low. After being lucky enough to conceive, they all miscarried, and none of them were successfully born. Qin Yaoguang knew very well that Wen Shui had been born because she had made a mistake when she had been genetically editing the fertilized egg. In fact, the editing had not been successful, but she had accidentally weakened a certain DNA fragment in the fertilized egg. In the end, Wen Shui had become the only child who had been successfully conceived and had been born. It was also because of this reason that she had tolerated her survival and had later let Wen Dao directly adopt her from the orphanage. In other words, with their current technology, human genes could only be optimized or weakened. Now they wanted to change human genes. Then there was only death. At the moment, no scientist had the power of the Creator. The more advanced an animal was, the weaker its ability to withstand genetic changes. Even with Lu Jin's amazing scientific research ability, he had only optimized Gu Nianji's genes and hadn't changed them. Therefore, to Qin Yaoguang, Gu Nianji's words were like a summary of her decades of failed experiments. She couldn't help looking at Gu Nianji in a daze. Her heart was extremely sour, bitter, and hateful. Gu Nianji saw that Qin Yaoguang was speechless, and she was even more convinced that her idea was correct. So she continued, the result of our reverse inference is that when Shi wasn't genetically edited successfully because she survived. This also means that she wasn't filled with the so-called Qin family genes. Her appearance is exactly the same as the true appearance of her biological mother, the defendant, Qin Yaoguang. Gu Nianji looked carefully at Qin Yaoguang's face, and the clues in her mind gradually became clear. She walked over to the instrument and asked the court staff to put the two skull reconstruction photos side by side. Looking at the two completely different photos, Gu Nianji analyzed them as if she was picking at bones. Let's reason it out again. Assuming that the defendant, Qin Yaoguang, really had plastic surgery since she was young, then this technique is definitely the work of an epic-making expert. Because it's too natural and smooth. And after decades, there's no sign of it collapsing at all. Even the 3D X-ray scan can't find any traces of plastic surgery. Compared to a certain big plastic surgery country that only has a shelf life of 2 or 3 years, the defendant, Qin Yaoguang's plastic surgery, can be said to be an epic plastic surgery. It's like artificial intelligence. It can even grow and evolve on its own. The people in the courtroom burst into good-natured laughter. Qin Yaoguang was so ashamed that she couldn't help covering her face. The lawyer next to her was mesmerized by the story and almost called Gu Nianji on the phone. Gu Nianji gave him a friendly smile and turned to the people in the courtroom. And plastic surgery has always been known to be the most demanding and sophisticated surgery other than brain surgery. Many of the plastic surgeons who are truly professional were once outstanding brain surgeons. But no matter how outstanding a plastic surgeon is, he's still just a doctor. Even if he has epic-making techniques, he's not a prophet. How could he have made the defendant, Qin Yaoguang, look like me when I grew up decades ago? After thinking about it, I can only think of one reason, and that is that the defendant, Qin Yaoguang, had plastic surgery back then. There should have been a template. That template should be more similar to my current appearance. Gu Nianji walked slowly in the courtroom. Her gaze swept across the faces of everyone in the courtroom, and finally stopped on Lu Jin in the corner for a second. She quickly looked away and looked at the judge in the courtroom. She said thoughtfully, let's analyze it further. If the defendant, Qin Yaoguang, looked like this because of plastic surgery, then I shouldn't be her biological daughter. Qin Yaoguang turned pale with fright and suddenly shouted, nonsense. You're my biological daughter. I have evidence. The video. Shut up. Gu Nianji was impatient. The proof of biological birth isn't by looking at the video, it's by looking at the DNA. She rolled her eyes at her and thought to herself, I must ask my father when I get back. At this moment, she could only say with a cold face, but the defendant, Qin Yaoguang, claims that she gave birth to me herself, so we can infer that it's very likely that she's just a surrogate mother. Everyone knows that my biological father is Gu Xiangwen. Assuming that the defendant, Qin Yaoguang, is just a surrogate mother, then who is my biological mother? Can we reasonably infer that my biological mother is the woman who was used by Qin Yaoguang as a template for plastic surgery? This was the second watch of the day, chapter 1765, My Biological Mother. There were 2 watches today. A reminder to everyone for their monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1777. Nonsense. Qin Yaoguang suddenly stood up and made her last move. What nonsense? Where's the plastic surgery template? If you don't believe that I'm your biological mother, go ahead and do a DNA test. She bet that Gu Nianji wouldn't dare to go to the hospital to do a paternity test with her. However, Gu Nianji had already been warned by Lu Jin. She knew that she couldn't do a paternity test with Qin Yaoguang directly, so she used this roundabout method to find the truth. She smiled at Qin Yaoguang. Now you know how to do a DNA test. You've been using your pregnancy video, prenatal records, and birth video as evidence. Besides, how do you know that I haven't done a test? Qin Yaoguang felt as if she had swallowed a fly. She looked at Gu Nianji in disbelief. You've done a test. Where did you do it? Gu Nianji didn't comment. She thought to herself, would I tell you that my father did it? And she had been tricked by her father. Gu Nianji gritted her teeth and lowered her eyes. She didn't look at Lu Jin, who was sitting in the corner of the gallery. Lu Jin had already slipped under his seat again. It's none of your business where I did the test. Gu Nianji looked up. Actually, there's no need for a paternity test. Just by looking at the difference in our appearances, you can come to the correct conclusion. The difference in appearances. Qin Yaoguang pointed at her nose. You look exactly like me. How dare you say that we're not biological mother and daughter? I look exactly like my biological mother, but you're not my biological mother. Gu Nianji let out a long sigh. The heavy stone that had been pressing down on her heart had finally been removed. Qin Yaoguang couldn't be her biological mother. Definitely not. She turned around and pointed at the two side-by-side photos on the big screen on the wall. How are these two similar? That picture of your round face is your real appearance. Qin Yaoguang sneered. So you still think I had plastic surgery? Gu Nianji nodded heavily. It's real plastic surgery. She suppressed the excitement in her heart and looked at the people in the courtroom. She enunciated each word clearly. Qin Yaoguang's doctor was able to do plastic surgery on her according to the template. This means that the plastic template should be someone close to them, or even someone they know. If this person is someone they know, then Qin Yaoguang has a high chance of getting her egg cells in more than 10 years, synthesizing a fertilized egg, and putting it into her own uterus to get pregnant. Qin Yaoguang, if you can tell me this person's name and identity and her current address, I'll give you a lighter sentence. Gu Nianji looked at Yaoguang. Yaoguang, Qin Yaoguang. Sheath up. Gu Yaoguang, He Jichu also breathed a sigh of relief. It was best if Qin Yaoguang wasn't Gu Nianji's biological mother. It was better not to have such a biological mother. Seeing how eager Gu Nianji was to see her biological mother, He Jichu also pleaded for her. Qin Yaoguang, if you tell me who this person is and where she is, I promise you that I will also plead with the judge to give you a lighter sentence. Qin Yaoguang's face darkened when she saw He Jichu pleading for mercy. She sat down unceremoniously, crossed her arms, and said coldly, You sound like you're telling the truth. It's a pity that lawyer Gu's imagination is limited. You shouldn't be a lawyer. You should be a screenwriter. Such a good theme is enough for you to perform for 70 or 80 episodes. Qin Yaoguang still refused to admit that she had undergone plastic surgery, much less the existence of a plastic surgery template. She raised her head and sneered, Either you do a paternity test, or shut up. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. This move was really effective. Even He Jichu didn't want anyone to verify Gu Nianji's DNA, not even a paternity test. He didn't trust these medical institutions and laboratories very much. Even the military laboratories didn't want them to discover Gu Nianji's special constitution and genes for the time being. This couldn't be opened. Once it was opened, there would be endless trouble. At that moment, he thought of Gu Nianji's father, Gu Xiangwen. If he was still alive, wouldn't it be easy to do a paternity test? If he was still alive, He Jichu's shimmering almond-shaped eyes narrowed, and he glanced at Gu Nianji without batting an eyelid. Gu Nianji, on the other hand, was stirred up by Qin Yaoguang's shamelessness. What? She couldn't confirm paternity without a DNA test. She didn't believe it. Gu Nianji looked at Qin Yaoguang and smiled. Miss Qin still insists that you're my biological mother, right? Do you want the results of the paternity test to directly slap you in the face before you plead guilty? Qin Yaoguang scoffed and looked at her with a smug look in her eyes. Then go ahead and do the test. I have an even bigger surprise waiting for you after the test. This was a blatant threat to Gu Nianji. If she dared to do the test, Qin Yaoguang would publicize her special constitution and perfect genes. At this point, He Jichu had no choice but to intervene. He made a prompt decision and said to the judge, Your Honor, given that there are more and more mysteries surrounding the defendant, Miss Qin Yaoguang, this case has already involved important national secrets. I will apply to the Senate, the Cabinet, and the military for a secret military court of the highest security level to hear this case. Qin Yaoguang was stunned for a moment before she came to a realization. He Jichu was going to do something under the table. If she really entered the highest level secret military court to hear the case, then her threat would be nothing. Qin Yaoguang was shocked. She quickly stood up and said, I object. There are no mysteries about me. It has nothing to do with any state secrets. Nothing. He Jichu looked over sharply. Then may I ask the defendant, Miss Qin Yaoguang, who was the expert in plastic surgery who performed with you decades ago? His skills are beyond the level of the times even now. Isn't this kind of high-tech technology an important state secret? Gu Nianji added, I agree with Lawyer He's words. A normal doctor's superb skills are science. Your plastic surgeon's cosmetic surgery for you has become metaphysics and has a prophetic nature. It's definitely a first-class state secret. Qin Yaoguang was furious when she saw the two of them reversing the truth. He Jichu clearly didn't want Gu Nianji's special constitution to be exposed, but he was putting the blame on her. Did he think she was easy to bully? She clenched her hands into fists and said angrily, Don't think that you can cover the truth with one hand. Let me tell you, if you lock me up now, someone outside will naturally release the truth. She was threatening He Jichu. He Jichu immediately said, So you have an accomplice. All right, I'll apply for a search warrant and arrest warrant from the court-martial right now. I'll immediately track down your accomplice. As He Jichu spoke, he bowed slightly to the judge. Your Honor, I'm now taking the defendant Qin Yaoguang away in the name of the Secretariat of the Military Supreme Council. The court-martial will take over the case. The judge also sensed that the case was out of his control and quickly said, As long as the procedures are complete, we will cooperate with the court-martial. Thank you, Your Honor. He Jichu saluted the judge and waved to the public gallery. A few of his guards and personal secretaries had already walked over quickly and surrounded Qin Yaoguang, who was in the dock. Qin Yaoguang glared at them angrily. Before she could say anything, He Jichu's guards chopped the back of her neck and knocked her out. The rookie lawyer sitting next to her fainted when he saw this. Gu Nianji felt bad. She watched He Jichu's men take the fainted Qin Yaoguang away before asking someone to send the fainted lawyer back to the Qin Corporation's private hospital group. Her case was merged with He Jichu's case of being injured by an infrasonic weapon and taken over by the court-martial. In the future trials, other than the plaintiff and the defendant, only people with the highest security clearance would be able to attend and listen in. Qin Yaoguang could hire a lawyer, but her lawyer had to go through the strictest political and security checks and sign a lot of confidentiality agreements before he could appear in court. This kind of person was not easy to find. However, this was not what Gu Nianji needed to worry about. She went straight back to her apartment from the court. She did not even change her clothes, nor did she take a quick shower as soon as she came back like before. She put down her briefcase and sat on the sofa, deep in thought. The door to the apartment opened, and Lu Jin and Hua Xiaoheng walked in one after another. Gu Nianji raised her head and looked coldly at Lu Jin, who was walking in front. She said, "Director Lu is really amazing. He can even produce a fake paternity test." She had immediately said that Lu Jin's last paternity test was fake, which caught Lu Jin off guard. He stood stiffly at the entrance of the living room and said embarrassedly, "Nianji, what are you talking about? Don't you understand what I'm talking about, Director Lu?" Gu Nianji crossed her arms and questioned him aggressively. "I'll ask you again. What the hell is going on with that paternity test? Don't use those fake certificates to fool me again." Lu Jin sighed in his heart, but his face was still full of smiles. He slowly walked towards her and said, "It's not good for a daughter to be too smart. Nianji, you were actually able to find the truth on your own. I'm so proud of you." He had a proud smile on his face, which made Gu Nianji think that she had blamed the wrong person. Hua Xiaoheng walked out from behind Lu Jin and sat down beside Gu Nianji. He easily brought the topic back to the topic. "It seems like Uncle Lu knows who Nianji's biological mother is." Lu Jin was shocked. He quickly waved his hand and said, No. I don't know who her biological mother is. How could I know? Qin Yaoguang was the one who made the fertilized egg and gave it to me for gene editing. She clearly used her egg cells and my sperm. How would I know that she'd switched the beam?" Gu Nianji didn't believe him and asked suspiciously, "Didn't you verify the DNA of the fertilized egg again?" Lu Jin spread his hands. "I did. I tested the DNA in the egg cell she gave me, and it proved that it was the same as the DNA in the fertilized egg. Who knew that the egg cells she gave me were also someone else's? I can't just watch Qin Yaoguang retrieve the egg with my own eyes, can I?" Lu Jin said with some grievance and lowered his head silently. It sounded quite reasonable. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and said, "Okay, even if you don't know who provided the egg cells, you've now confirmed that Qin Yaoguang and I aren't biological mother and daughter, right?" She stared at Lu Jin, her big eyes filled with tears, but they stubbornly refused to fall. Her pure black eyes were washed clean by the tears, and it made people's hearts ache when they saw her. Under her tearful gaze, Lu Jin threw away his armor and was utterly defeated. He raised his hands and smiled bitterly. Yes. I admit that I lied to you. You and Qin Yaoguang aren't biological mother and daughter." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1766, A Bigger Surprise Awaits You. There were 2 updates today. A reminder to everyone for their monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 8:00 in the evening, the second update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1778. The tears in Gu Nianji's eyes disappeared. She stood up from the sofa and said unhappily, "Then why did you lie to me? Is it fun to lie to me? I didn't mean to lie to you." Lu Jin heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Gu Nianji didn't have any intention of crying. He walked over to stand in front of her and said carefully, "Qin Yaoguang knows about your situation. Your special constitution and perfect genes have been her target for a long time. If I didn't tell her about this, she would have always been lucky and wouldn't have told her about you." Lu Jin held Gu Nianji's shoulder and said seriously, "Nianji, in my heart, nothing is more important than your safety. I just want you to be alive and able to live freely." Gu Nianji remembered the danger of being hunted down in the Alps in the other world. The despair of being cornered made her understand Lu Jin's feelings a little. However, Her personality was different from Lu Jin's. Or rather, a newborn calf was not afraid of a tiger. She was a person who liked to face problems head-on and solve them. In her dictionary, there was no escape. Gu Nianji also said seriously, "Dad, if someone really covets my constitution and my genes, do you think they'll let me go if I don't tell them about it? Think about the kidnapping 8 years ago. If it weren't for you, I would either be a living dead in the laboratory or a specimen." Lu Jin tightened his grip and frowned. "That's why I can't let them succeed. Qin Yaoguang carries the title of your biological mother. With her abilities, those people won't go past her to deal with you. So we just have to deal with Qin Yaoguang. If Qin Yaoguang finds out that her secret has been exposed, she'll take the risk and use you to make a deal with someone else." Gu Nianji scoffed. "In the end, you just don't dare to fight the Qin family head-on." Qin Yaoguang was backed by the Qin family. The Qin family's financial power had already become a giant. Lu Jin was silent for a moment before saying, "Just pretend that I'm timid and don't dare to fight the Qin family head-on." Gu Nianji saw how worried Lu Jin was and quickly said, "Dad, don't worry. Young master, he will help us. No matter how powerful the Qin family is, they still have to listen to the He family." Lu Jin almost didn't dare look Gu Nianji in the eyes. How was he afraid of the Qin family? He was clearly afraid of someone else. However, looking at Gu Nianji's bright smile and bright eyes, Lu Jin didn't say a word. He nodded. "Young master, he is indeed not bad. He helped you a lot in court today. He's also an excellent lawyer." Gu Nianji pulled Lu Jin down on the sofa and said, "That's for sure. He's even my graduate professor. Besides, Mrs. He is also a lawyer. Young master, he has a family background." Lu Jin nodded silently. "Mrs. He is naturally the best. It's a pity that she passed away so early. Otherwise, I would have been able to ask her for advice." Gu Nianji was very regretful. She propped her chin on her hand and was lost in thought for a while. Hua Xiaoheng walked over and sat down opposite Gu Nianji and Lu Jin. He said aloofly, "Qin Yaoguang refuses to admit to plastic surgery. It looks like we still have to find photos of her as an infant and a child before she was 10 years old." Gu Nianji's thoughts were pulled back to reality. She frowned and asked in confusion, "Did she really have plastic surgery? Although I insisted in court, I still think this kind of plastic surgery is too amazing." Lu Jin's two thumbs moved slightly. He looked at Gu Nianji and then at Hua Xiaoheng. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, "Uncle Lu, do you have any opinions? To be honest, I'm also very confused. I believe that Qin Yaoguang had plastic surgery, but how did she happen to look so similar to Gu Nianji when she grew up?" Hua Xiaoheng recalled the first time he met Gu Nianji. At that time, Gu Nianji looked different from how she did now. But she was different. She wasn't as shocked as Qin Yaoguang. Gu Nianji understood what Hua Xiaoheng meant. She rolled her eyes and asked Lu Jin, "Dad, did I still look a little like the Qin family's daughter when I was young? I remember I was quite fat when I was 12. Lu Jin looked away uncomfortably. He thought for a moment and said, "Actually, I didn't quite understand this at first. But recently I've understood." Gu Nianji, was this still a difficult problem? Lu Jin glanced at Hua Xiaoheng and frowned. "Peter is here. There are some things I don't want to say." Hua Xiaoheng, this time, he had no intention of leaving. Instead, he said frankly, "Uncle Lu, please tell me. I will never tell the KGB anything about Gu Nianji." Seeing Lu Jin's suspicious expression, Hua Xiaoheng added, "If I wanted to say it, I would have done it a long time ago. If the KGB finds out about Nianji, you won't be able to stop them." The corners of Lu Jin's mouth twitched. "Then I'll believe you for now. If you really have bad intentions, I won't let you off. Of course, Gu Nianji had complete trust in Hua Xiaoheng. She smiled and hugged Lu Jin's arm. Dad, tell me, what's going on? Lu Jin took out Gu Nianji's laptop and opened it. He connected it to his lab computer and clicked on a piece of software. This is genetic analysis software. After I heard you talk about the uniqueness of your physique, I checked your genetic data again. Lu Jin looked at Gu Nianji with emotion. Only now do I understand what the perfection of perfect genes means. Gu Nianji blinked and asked in confusion, you mean you don't know much about my constitution? I used to think I knew it very well, but no matter how much I knew, I didn't expect your constitution to be so heaven-defying. Lu Jin opened all the data in the software and pointed it at Gu Nianji with the mouse. This is your constitution data when you were young, and the genetic sequencing. This is your constitution data after you came back this time, and the genetic sequencing. Lu Jin opened the two sets of data side by side and displayed them on the screen. When it came to the experiment, he couldn't stop talking. Nianji, you said that you were in danger over there. You had a broken leg and a gunshot wound, right? Lu Jin confirmed. Gu Nianji nodded. When I was in the Alps, I was chased by people. My leg was broken, and my arm was grazed by a bullet. Then the next day, your leg was healed, and the wound on your arm was completely healed, right? Gu Nianji nodded again and said with lingering fear, that time, I was scared out of my wits. It can be said that I wasn't afraid of the people who were chasing me, but I was scared out of my wits when it came to my own constitution. Lu Jin grunted and opened another file. He opened another set of gene maps. Nianji, you have to know that the human body has the ability to heal itself. For example, if a normal person's finger is cut, the wound will heal itself. If a leg is broken, it will take a few months to heal after it's reattached. No matter where it's cut, as long as it's not fatal, it will eventually heal. Of course, the healing process is different for everyone, but everyone has the ability to heal themselves. It's just that this kind of self-healing takes a long time, and the effect isn't perfect. As long as you've been injured, there will be scars. Even if you can't see it on the surface, the tissue below the surface will still be there. But you didn't. The injuries you've suffered have now healed to the point that they can't be seen at all. From the inside out, it's as if you've never been injured. This is the true power of the perfect gene. Not only is it full of human genes, but it also has the powerful ability to self-repair and self-improve. But it didn't have such a powerful ability from the start. For example, when you were a child, when you were experimented on by Qin Yaoguang, your healing ability was only slightly better than that of an ordinary person. You didn't have a heaven-defying self-healing ability. So when I heard about the self-healing speed you mentioned, I was very surprised. I took the opportunity of the paternity test to test your genetic data again. I found that your genes were much more capable of tissue repair than when you were a child. In short, the perfection of the perfect gene lies in its ability to evolve and correct itself. In terms of physique, the most obvious manifestation is your heaven-defying healing ability. Lu Jin's gaze moved from the computer screen to Gu Nianji's calf, where she had once broken it. Hua Xiaoheng's heart tightened when he heard this. It turned out that when Gu Nianji was a child, her physique was only slightly better than that of an ordinary person. Therefore, the torture she had gone through was very difficult for an ordinary person to endure. Hua Xiaoheng had never been so sad before. A violent emotion even rose in his heart. He wanted to destroy everything and use all the methods he had learned to torture that vicious woman. Gu Nianji didn't remember anything about her childhood. She just asked curiously, wouldn't that disappoint Qin Yaoguang? She can't figure out why, right? Lu Jin nodded. I guess that's why she refused to give up. The people behind her who were watching this experiment didn't kidnap you because you didn't show this kind of physique at that time. If she had this kind of physique at that time, even Qin Yaoguang wouldn't have been able to keep her. Lu Jin's eyes flashed with a hint of rage. Hua Xiaoheng listened very carefully. He asked thoughtfully, "You mean, when Yanji was studied by Qin Yaoguang when she was a child, she didn't show much of the characteristics of the perfect gene?" "You can say that." Lu Jin looked at Gu Nianji uneasily. "When Yanji was 6 years old, I came back and found out what Qin Yaoguang had done. I took you away and planned to send you to the He family. Gu Nianji, because you were tortured by Qin Yaoguang until you were all skin and bones, I wanted to give you a good checkup to see if your genes had been damaged by her experiments." It was when he was giving her a genetic test that Lu Jin had found the genes related to her appearance. He had secretly weakened some of them and strengthened the obesity gene. In the 6 years that she had been in the He family, Gu Nianji had grown from a skinny little girl to the little princess of the slightly obese world, until she had been sent to the parallel world on the other side. However, Lu Jin hadn't expected Gu Nianji's perfect gene to automatically repair the genes that he had deliberately weakened. The strengthened obesity gene had also been repaired and returned to its normal value. The power of genes was really too powerful, Gu Nianji nodded repeatedly. Yes, I was indeed quite fat at that time. I seem to have lost weight after that." Lu Jin smiled awkwardly. "Actually, you look good no matter what you look like." Gu Nianji pursed her lips. "Dad, don't talk about him. Or could it be that Qin Yaoguang's plastic surgery was also an evolution of this kind of perfect gene? But you also said that I have the first set of perfect genes in the world." Lu Jin widened his eyes and said unwillingly, "How is that possible? How could Qin Yaoguang have perfect genes? She's just a biological plastic surgery." This was today's second update, Chapter 1767, The Little Princess of the Slightly Obese World. There were 2 updates today. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1779. Biological Plastic Surgery. Gu Nianji was extremely curious and refused to let go of Lu Jin. "What kind of plastic surgery is this? I've never heard of it." Lu Jin snorted. "Of course ordinary people haven't heard of it, and it's not something ordinary rich people can afford." Gu Nianji, even ordinary rich people can't afford it. Gu Nianji frowned suspiciously. Then is there a need for this kind of technology to exist? It was obviously a technology that could not be commercialized on a large scale. Without large-scale commercialization, the technology could not be popularized because the cost was too high. Hua Xiaoheng's thoughts weren't as wild as Gu Nianji's. He held on to the main point and asked leisurely, "Uncle Lu always knew that Qin Yaoguang had biological plastic surgery. When did Uncle Lu meet Qin Yaoguang?" Gu Nianji came back to her senses and clasped her hands together. She said angrily, "Dad. You knew. Why didn't you expose her?" Lu Jin didn't expect that the 2 of them would misunderstand when he said, biological plastic surgery. He quickly said, "I didn't know that she had biological plastic surgery before. I only thought that she had undergone biological plastic surgery when I saw Nianji interrogating her in court today. I couldn't find any traces of her plastic surgery even with an X-ray or 3D scan." After a pause, Lu Jin emphasized, "Only biological plastic surgery can keep her face from collapsing after so many years, and it can also continue to grow in the direction of her plastic surgery template. If I'm not wrong, she will gradually age according to the plastic surgery template." Gu Nianji's mouth was wide open. "Ha! She can age. I thought it was like wearing a shell and would never grow old. TSK. Never age, that's plastic." Lu Jin scoffed. "For now, the real plastic surgery that doesn't leave a trace is biological plastic surgery. It can even be performed on children without worrying about side effects. Don't compare it to those inferior plastic surgeries that will collapse in 2 or 3 years. Those aren't worthy. Gu Nianji sat on the sofa with her elbows on her knees and her hands on her cheeks. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Lu Jin. She said in surprise, "There's such a powerful plastic surgery method. It's been around for decades." Lu Jin's eyes dimmed slightly. The corners of his mouth twitched into a bitter smile, and he said listlessly, "That's right. Actually, the achievements in the field of biological plastic surgery that I know about are all circulating in the extremely high-end biological beauty circle in recent years. They did not distribute any papers, nor did they advertise to the public. If you weren't at the top of the food chain in this circle, you wouldn't even have heard of it. Then how could Qin Yaoguang have undergone this kind of plastic surgery decades ago?" Hua Xiaoheng was still suspicious. "And is there really no way to detect it?" Lu Jin laughed and happily put his arm around Gu Nianji's shoulder. He said, "Of course there is. Nianji accidentally used this test method. Skull scan reconstruction method. But no matter how powerful a creature's plastic surgery is, it still has a natural flaw, which is that it cannot change its facial bones. Therefore, the only way to see through it is to restore its skull appearance." Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows in surprise. "What? What a coincidence." "It's such a coincidence," Lu Jin said with emotion. "Actually, it's not a coincidence. Any intelligent person would have thought of this." Gu Nianji, Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help laughing. He said, "This isn't something that an ordinary intelligent person would have thought of." This was a rare compliment for Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji tried her best to appear calm, but the blush on her face and her watery eyes couldn't hide her pride and joy. She quickly glanced at Hua Xiaoheng. Her gaze seemed to be honey, and it was sweet at a glance. Even a thick-skinned person like Lu Jin felt that the air was filled with a sickeningly sweet atmosphere. He shook his shoulders and patted Gu Nianji's back. "Of course my daughter isn't an ordinary smart person. She's a genius." Gu Nianji dodged with a smile and said, "Dad, don't praise me. I still haven't found out Qin Yaoguang's secret. I actually didn't win this lawsuit." Lu Jin's hand paused, and he looked away. He said seriously, "You've done your best. No one can do it better than you." "Really? But I don't know who performed biological plastic surgery on Qin Yaoguang decades ago." Gu Nianji suddenly blinked her big eyes and looked at Lu Jin thirstily. "Dad, since you're from this circle, you should know who's so powerful, right?" Lu Jin shook his head in shame. "I'm no longer from this circle. I didn't know much about this circle before. Unfortunately, I can't think of anyone who's so powerful in this circle decades ago." "You haven't heard anything about it?" Hua Xiaoheng asked. "No one has praised it. People in this circle are all about technology. What's the point of boasting? Do people like them care about that?" Lu Jin glanced at Hua Xiaoheng disdainfully. "And there are only a few people in total. Some of them are younger than me. You're saying that they performed surgery on Qin Yaoguang when they were children? Even I didn't go against the heavens." Gu Nianji looked away in disappointment. The trail was broken again. However, she was silent for a while, and quickly started to analyze. "Actually, we didn't find nothing. At least we confirmed that Qin Yaoguang did have plastic surgery when she was young." "But Dad, can you tell me about biological plastic surgery? Although I don't understand what's going on, it sounds very impressive." Hua Xiaoheng was also very interested. "Uncle Lu, I'd like to hear more." Lu Jin snorted and said, "As far as I know, the concept of biological plastic surgery was first inspired by the circus method of raising dwarf children. In the early years, some vicious circus leaders or beggars would raise normal children in jars for a few years in order to create little dwarfs. When they were released, their heads would be big and their bodies would be small, and they would never be able to grow taller. Gu Nianji gasped and couldn't help trembling. Lu Jin quickly said, "If you don't want to hear it, I won't say it." No, I want to hear it. Go ahead. Gu Nianji endured the discomfort and listened to Lu Jin continue. Lu Jin's eyes darkened. He let out a long sigh and said, "In ancient times, this kind of heartless practice was called harvesting life and cutting off life. Only the most evil people would dare to do this kind of business. Once they were caught by the authorities, they would be executed by 1,000 cuts. Most people would only condemn this kind of vicious criminal if they knew about it. But in the eyes of scientists from a certain country, they saw something different. If a simple jar can stop a child from growing normally, then what about other more advanced methods? Will it completely change a person's figure and appearance?" The first people to practice it were the biomedical scientists from a certain country. As biomedical knowledge improved and perfected, their experiments were also more effective. Lu Jin paused for a moment and said faintly, "As you all know, in World War II, our country lived up to expectations with its abundant resources, vast land, and weak military strength and became the battlefield for the great powers to fight for hegemony. At the same time, our country, which accounted for 1/5 of the world's population at that time, also became an inexhaustible experimental material library for the scientists of a certain country." Gu Nianji suddenly came back to her senses. It's the Japanese numerical army again. Could it be that the Japanese had plastic surgery on Qin Yaoguang back then? Lu Jin shrugged. "Let me finish. I actually don't know who performed the surgery on her. I'm just telling you what I know about the origin of this technique." Hua Xiaoheng gave Gu Nianji a look. "Listen to your father and don't interrupt." Gu Nianji made a face at him and stopped interrupting. Lu Jin didn't want to talk about that painful history, so he just brushed it off and said, "I don't need to say much about the various live experiments done by that numerical army. During that period, their standards were actually very low and they didn't achieve much. But they used this cruel method to accumulate a very rich knowledge of viruses, bacteria, living cells, tissues, bones, fertilized eggs, and embryos. These are truly priceless treasures." Gu Nianji's heart ached. Behind this rich knowledge of living cells, tissues, bones, fertilized eggs, and embryos was a mountain of huaxia corpses. Hua Xiaoheng comforted Gu Nianji with his eyes. He was also feeling very bad, but he was more composed than Gu Nianji and didn't show it on his face. After World War II, the culprits of the Japanese numerical army used this experimental data to reach an agreement with the United States not to pursue their crimes during World War II. I don't need to say more about this. Lu Jin opened Gu Nianji's laptop and searched 2 web pages. He asked, "Do you know which countries in the world have the best plastic surgery?" Gu Nianji, she looked at Hua Xiaoheng and asked tentatively. "Is it Korea?" After all, it was known as a powerful country in the universe. Lu Jin shook his head and smiled. "Korea isn't the best. The shelf life of their plastic surgery is too short. Technically speaking, they haven't even gotten started yet. Other than the United States, the country with the best plastic surgery in the world is Japan." Gu Nianji had also guessed it at this moment. She said resentfully, "After all, these 2 countries have shared resources. What was so great about bike sharing? If they had the ability to share live experimental data from World War II, from this perspective, Huaxia still couldn't compare to a certain superpower. And the top experts in biological plastic surgery are either Americans or Japanese. They use advanced technology to first analyze and predict the bone direction of the plastic surgery template, then collect data from the muscle layer and skin layer. Finally, they cultivate autologous tissue with the same data and transplant it onto the face of the plastic surgery patient. These autologous tissues are like a layer of membrane that covers the original subcutaneous tissue and muscle layer of the plastic surgery patient. After a period of cultivation, these autologous tissues will grow together with the muscles and subcutaneous tissue of the plastic surgery patient, as if they had grown out of their own muscles. No matter what X-ray or 3D scan you use, it won't show up. Unless you perform a skull reconstruction scan, which is how Nyenji got lucky today. And these autologous tissues that cover the skin texture of the plastic surgery patient will grow according to the appearance of the plastic surgery template. After a certain number of years, they will naturally age. This kind of plastic surgery is very complicated and risky. As far as I know, there are only a few successful cases. Until now, it is still in the realm of small-scale cultivation of autologous tissues. I've never heard of a successful large-scale plastic surgery like Qin Yaoguang's, and it was done decades ago. If someone has done it, then that person is also a very low-key person. As Lu Jin spoke, he wrote down a few names for them and continued, I'm more familiar with these people. None of them are the people who performed plastic surgery on Qin Yaoguang. Firstly, the age doesn't match. They're all younger than Qin Yaoguang. Secondly, none of their family members are in the field of biology or medicine, so they shouldn't be their family elders. Hu Xiaoheng stared at the names and nodded in agreement with Lu Jin's analysis. They shouldn't be one of these people. I tend to think that someone has made great achievements in biological plastic surgery a long time ago, but for some reason, he hasn't disclosed his skills to anyone in the academic community. Gu Nianji listened in a daze and suddenly said, even if this person doesn't say it himself, if he performed surgery on Qin Yaoguang, or Qin Yaoguang's father, Qin Beiyoi, would definitely know who this person is. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1768, What Never Grows Old is Plastic. There were 2 updates today. A reminder to everyone for their monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 8:00 in the evening, the second update. P.S. Thank you, Momo Moshi, for your 10,000 Chidin coins yesterday. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1780. Hu Xiaoheng retorted calmly, let's not talk about Qin Yaoguang. She was still young at that time, so she might not know who performed the surgery on her. But would Qin Bei say anything even if he knew? Also, how are you going to explain biological plastic surgery to everyone? Lu Jin nodded repeatedly. Even the academic community doesn't know about biological plastic surgery. That way, there won't be any expert witnesses. Gu Nianji looked at Lu Jin in surprise. Dad, you know about expert witnesses. She had thought that Lu Jin was the kind of scholar who didn't care about the outside world and only focused on doing experiments. She hadn't expected him to have such a wide range of interests. Why can't I know? Lu Jin's heart skipped a beat, and he was in a hurry to cover up. I'm extremely smart and have a photographic memory. I'll know just by reading a few law books. Gu Nianji clicked her tongue. Dad, you really don't care where you're going, you're always praising yourself. Lu Jin crossed his arms and said immodestly, I'd be hypocritical if I said I wasn't smart. Gu Nianji sneered and shook her head. Maybe we're overthinking things. Actually, we don't necessarily need to know who performed plastic surgery on Qin Yaoguang. We just need to confirm that she did. For now, there's really no need to pursue the person who performed the surgery, unless he's connected to something else. I don't think it has anything to do with anything else for the time being. Gu Nianji calmed down and said as she thought about it, what we should be most concerned about right now is Qin Yaoguang, or why Qin Bei gave Qin Yaoguang plastic surgery when she was so young. 2. Who is the woman she used as a template for plastic surgery? 3rd, why did she want to use this woman as a template for plastic surgery? As Gu Nianji spoke, she couldn't help touching her face and added, even if this woman isn't my biological mother, she's closely related to my biological mother. Hu Xiaoheng smiled with relief. These 3 points are indeed the most important. Nianji, you've really improved. Lu Jin frowned imperceptibly. He had already revealed his biological plastic surgery, but it still hadn't been able to divert Gu Nianji's attention. Why didn't she look for the person who operated on Qin Yaoguang? Why was he so fixated on Qin Yaoguang's plastic surgery template? Lu Jin felt very helpless, but he was not good at dealing with people. At this moment, he did not know what to say, so he could only sit at the side and not say a word. Gu Nianji discussed it with Hu Xiaoheng for a while, then asked Lu Jin, "Dad, where do you think we should start the investigation?" Lu Jin saw that Gu Nianji was asking about him, so he thought for a moment and rubbed his temples with his hand. He said, "I think the first question is worth investigating. For example, why did Qin Bei give Qin Yaoguang plastic surgery when she was young? As for who her plastic surgery template is it important?" Hu Xiaoheng was surprised. Lu Jin's question was very sharp. Gu Nianji had insisted on looking for this plastic surgery template because she wanted to find her biological mother. However, Lu Jin was obviously not interested in this question. He only seemed to want to know why Qin Bei had given Qin Yaoguang plastic surgery. What did this mean? Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips and looked at Lu Jin with his dark eyes for a while. When Lu Jin looked over, he looked away as if nothing had happened and looked at the French curtains opposite him. Gu Nianji knew what she was thinking, but she still stubbornly believed that this question had something to do with the whole case, and it wasn't entirely for her own selfish reasons. Of course, Lu Jin's question was also very important, and it was the first question she had to solve. Okay, then let's start with the first question. Why did Qin Bei give Qin Yaoguang plastic surgery when she was young? Gu Nianji wrote down the question in her notebook on her laptop. It's definitely useless to question Qin Bei directly. Hu Xiaoheng crossed his arms and thought about it. He won't say, and we have no reason to question him. Gu Nianji nodded resentfully. Qin Yaoguang took the blame. When Shi took Qin Bei back. This was equivalent to an acquittal. If Qin Bei didn't go to court, she wouldn't have a chance to question him. Because after the revolving restaurant explosion, Gu Nianji didn't dare to meet Qin Bei again, not even in public. A person who could even use his own family as bait, or was there anything else he didn't dare to do? After pondering for a long time, Gu Nianji raised her head and said firmly, "It doesn't matter if he doesn't say anything. Sometimes, a suspect's confession isn't needed to convict him. As long as there was strong documentary evidence, physical evidence, and an effective chain of logic, it didn't matter if the suspect had a confession or not." What do you want to do? Hu Xiaoheng was already planning to help. If necessary, he could go to the KGB of the Soviet Union. Gu Nianji looked at the information she had sorted out on her laptop and frowned. First of all, we have to find out the exact time when Qin Yaoguang had the plastic surgery. At least the exact year. Of course, it would be even better if we could pinpoint the exact month and day. Hu Xiaoheng shook his head. That's very difficult. Qin Yaoguang's surgery wasn't public information. The Qin family must have done this kind of surgery in private. It would be a matter of minutes to cover up this information. But we can roughly deduce that Qin Yaoguang should have been around 10 years old when she had the plastic surgery. Gu Nianji remembered what Qin Yaoguang had said and the photos they had found of Qin Yaoguang when she was young. We couldn't find any photos before this, and she never mentioned it. Lu Jin listened for a while and whispered, "Actually, there's another advantage to biological plastic surgery. You can reverse engineer the approximate time it was cultivated based on the degree of aging of the autologous tissue. It can be accurate to the month." Huh? That works too. Gu Nianji was very surprised, but she asked, "But what if the autologous tissue was cultivated and wasn't immediately transplanted onto Qin Yaoguang's face?" Once this kind of autologous tissue is cultivated, it has to be transplanted immediately. Otherwise, it won't be easy to control its growth rate. Gu Nianji didn't understand at all. She could tell that Lu Jin had a way to determine when the autologous tissue on Qin Yaoguang's face had been cultivated, which meant exactly when she had had the plastic surgery. Then how do we test it? Gu Nianji asked quickly. Do we need Qin Yaoguang's autologous facial tissue? Lu Jin gestured with his hand and said, the best way is to extract a certain amount of skin tissue from her face. But she's currently locked up, so it doesn't seem possible. Gu Nianji said without hesitation, I'll go find young Master He. Young Master He will definitely have a way to get it. Hu Xiaoheng didn't stop Gu Nianji this time. This matter was very important, so Hu Xiaoheng only said lightly. I'll go with you. Gu Nianji shook her head and smiled. I'll go call young Master He. She took her phone back to her bedroom and dialed He Jichu's number. Young Master He, can you do me a favor? Gu Nianji asked softly. He Jichu was in He Qingjin's study talking to him about the trial. Seeing that it was Gu Nianji, he quickly picked up and asked, what can I do for you? Can you help me get some of Qin Yaoguang's subcutaneous tissue? Gu Nianji whispered. Just use a thicker needle. This was today's second update, chapter 1769, You've really improved. There were 2 updates today. Remind everyone of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1781. He Jichu thought he had heard wrongly. He couldn't help but take out his phone and look at the phone number on it for a while before whispering into her ear. What do you want to use a thicker needle to draw? Qin Yaoguang's subcutaneous tissue on her face. Gu Nianji was also puzzled. Was her speech so slurred that others couldn't hear her clearly? He Jichu's lips twitched. You still want to prove that she had plastic surgery? She did. Gu Nianji gritted her teeth. I don't recognize her as my mother. Actually, it was very easy to verify this. A paternity test would do. However, He Jichu also knew that Gu Nianji's DNA couldn't be casually taken out for testing. Qin Yaoguang was obviously relying on this point to refuse to admit that she had had plastic surgery. Of course, she refused to admit that she wasn't Gu Nianji's biological mother. Seeing that this line was about to go into a dead end, He Jichu heard that Gu Nianji wanted Qin Yaoguang's subcutaneous tissue on her face. He automatically understood that Gu Nianji was unwilling and wanted to use other methods to prove that Qin Yaoguang had had plastic surgery. This wasn't a difficult thing to do. Qin Yaoguang was already being held captive by the military and was being watched by He Jichu's trusted subordinates. He would personally go over and help her draw a tube. He Jichu hummed into the phone. Got it. When do you want it? Gu Nianji didn't expect He Jichu to be so easy to talk to. She was extremely grateful and quickly said, Thank you, young Master He. You have to make sure it's on Qin Yaoguang's face. I'll do it myself, okay? He Jichu's shimmering almond-shaped eyes flashed with a smile, and his cold face was like a melting iceberg. He Qingjian saw that He Jichu was in a good mood, so his mood improved as well. He smiled and asked, Is it Nianji? After asking, he immediately said, I didn't expect you to break off the engagement, but your relationship is even better than before. He Jichu put his hand to his lips and coughed lightly. He didn't want to mention Gu Nianji, so he continued. You've already seen the video of the trial. What do you think is going on with the Qin family? He Qingjian's expression turned cold. He took out a document bag from the drawer and threw it in front of He Jichu. There was a stamp on the envelope. Anyone who had seen this stamp would know that it was a top-secret document. When passing through customs, there was a special exemption. The customs had no right to inspect it. He Jichu took the folder in surprise but didn't open it. He asked, What's this? This is the history of the Qin clan from decades ago. He Qingjian slammed his hand on the table. Back then, your mother only investigated your grandparents' car accident and didn't let me interfere. Otherwise, how could the Qin family be so arrogant today? In fact, He Qingjian had sent people to investigate the Qin family ever since he found out that there was something wrong with Wen Shi's background. He Zhichu's heart tightened. What did you find out? It's because we didn't find anything. That's why I think there must be a problem. He Qingjian, who was naturally suspicious, had never trusted many people in his life, but his wife, Qin Suan, was one of the few people he trusted. Therefore, after Qin Suan's investigation of her parents' car accident had reached a dead end, she had stopped and told He Qingjian that there was no problem. His most trusted wife, who was also a big shot in the legal world, had said that there was no problem with her parents' death. What reason did He Qingjian have not to believe her? But now that he was suspicious, he sent someone to investigate again. Only then did he understand what his wife meant when she said that there was no problem back then. How is there no problem with the Qin family? There's clearly no evidence. He Qingjian hatefully pounded the desk again. Your mother just believes in proper means too much. If she had told me back then, the Qin family would have captured anyone and interrogated them. If I had asked him to say that the sun rose from the west, he wouldn't have dared to say that it rose from the east. He Zhichu, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Dad, it's because of you that Mom said there's no problem. You have to respect Mom's professionalism. As a lawyer, she can't break the law knowingly. He Zhichu opened the folder and looked at the results of the investigation. He Qingjian had sent people to Z City where the Qin family had made their fortune. He had also seen what Granny Qin had said, as well as the testimonies of other people. After reading it from beginning to end, he sighed. There's really no evidence. Yes, there's no evidence, but it's definitely not without problems. He Qingjian's thick eyebrows furrowed. How could there be such a coincidence? Your grandparents had just sold the land and got into a car accident when they returned to Sea City. Your mother was tightly protected by your grandparents at the time, and she was seriously injured from the burns. He Zhichu sealed the document bag and said in a low voice, but the contract had already been signed and the land had already been transferred. Why did Qin Bei do that? I also don't think there was a need for them to do that. Even if there was a problem with the car accident, it shouldn't have much to do with Qin Bei. It wasn't like Qin Huichang and his wife didn't have to pay just because they died. At that time, the money had already been deposited in Qin Huichang's bank account, and Qin Suan had inherited it all. She could only blame the director of the Sea City orphanage for being too greedy. She even wanted the orphan's parents' inheritance. The director was sentenced to 10 years in prison. After only 5 years in prison, she suffocated herself with a plastic bag. He Zhichu pushed the document bag back to He Qingjian. His voice was very indifferent. Dad, have you investigated the director's situation? When the director of the orphanage committed suicide in prison, He Qingjian didn't even know Qin Suan. He didn't even know Qin Yaoguang. He Qingjian put the document bag in the safe and locked it up. He said, I investigated later. The corrupt director of the orphanage was deliberately locked up with some felons in prison. You know, these kinds of people are extremely vicious and do everything. Locking them up together is like raising venomous insects. To be able to commit suicide after 5 years in their hands, this director is really tolerant. If a normal criminal wasn't such a vicious felon on death row, they would have committed suicide in less than half a year with these people. That really wasn't a life for humans. Then have you investigated why the director of the orphanage was deliberately locked up with felons? He Zhichu said regretfully. If he hadn't died, we might have been able to get some interesting information out of him. He Qingjian shook his head. If there really is a problem with this director won't be able to survive. No matter where he is, he won't be able to survive. Locking him up with a felon in prison and forcing him to commit suicide was already the other party's tactful way of doing things. This way of doing things was more clever and less eye-catching. If it weren't for the fact that someone had preconceived notions that there was something wrong with this matter, no one would have thought that the death of the director of the orphanage, a corrupt criminal, would have been deliberately planned. If that's the case, then there really is a problem. Hijichu's fingers tapped on the desk, and the expression on his face became colder and colder. Everyone related, even the criminals who were in prison, are dead. They did it really cleanly. That's why I think there's a problem. Playing Zhang Liang's trick in front of me, do you really think I'm made of paper? He Qingjian sneered. He clasped his hands together and narrowed his eyes. Ah Chu, don't worry about this. Leave it to me to deal with old man Qin. Hijichu, Dad, don't do anything rash. Hijichu sat up straight and said nervously, if the Qin family really has something to do with this matter, they should have made sufficient preparations. We must be more careful than them in order to catch them. Don't dirty your hands for them. It's not worth it. He Qingjian laughed. Ah Chu, I'm very happy that you still care about your old father. Hijichu, I'll be careful. The Qin family's passports have been confiscated, so they can't go abroad. As long as they're on Huaxia soil, I'm not afraid that they'll get out of my hands. He Qingjian spread out his hands and clenched his fingers. Hijichu rubbed the space between his eyebrows with a headache and said, Dad, the Qin family isn't an ordinary family now. With the size of the Qin family's private hospital, you can't be rash. I won't alert the enemy. Don't worry. He Qingjian's eyes darkened. I have a feeling that Qin Bei has something to do with your grandparents' deaths, but Qin Yaguang saved your life. That's a separate matter. No, it's Nianji who saved my life, Hijichu said without hesitation. Qin Yaguang was just a surrogate mother. My recovery has nothing to do with her. He Qingjian looked at him deeply and said, Ah Chu, Nianji saved your life, but if Qin Yaguang hadn't suggested this treatment method, Nianji wouldn't have been born, and your illness wouldn't have been cured, so in the end, Qin Yaguang is indebted to you. Their family has relied on our family to develop such a big business. This debt of gratitude has been repaid, right? Hijichu sneered. When he thought about the beastly things Qin Yaguang had done to Gu Nianji under the pretext of treating his illness, Hijichu felt ashamed to look into Gu Nianji's bright and clear eyes. He was now extremely glad that Gu Nianji didn't remember what had happened when she was young. He Qingjian raised his eyebrows and said calmly, their hospital has also reached its end. This private hospital has almost monopolized half of the medical market in Huaxia. It's time to break it up. Hijichu understood what He Qingjian meant. He stood up from his seat and smiled. Then you can get someone to speak to the Senate about breaking up the Qin private group and giving old Master Qin and Wenshi something to do. I'll go see Qin Yaguang and borrow something from her. He Qingjian was stunned. You want to borrow something from Qin Yaguang? What do you want to borrow? I'm borrowing your face. Hijichu pointed to his cheek and laughed mockingly. Now that Qin Yaguang was under strict surveillance in the detention center of the military court, the level of confidentiality was even higher than when she was He Qingjian's wife. Sitting alone in a room surrounded by rubber walls, Qin Yaguang only wanted to sneer. They were treating her like a lunatic. She couldn't even bang her head against the wall in this room. But all of this was useless to her. She closed her eyes and began to recite the periodic table of chemical elements. After she finished reciting it, she began to silently recall the base pairs in DNA, which ones had known functions and which ones had unknown functions. When she woke up that day, she didn't stay in the small black room of the detention center for long before she heard the rubber door creak open. A man in a white coat and a mask walked in. He held a thick syringe that was 500 milliliters and 6 centimeters in diameter in his hand and gestured at Qin Yaguang. This man was Hijichu, who had come to help Gu Nianji remove the subcutaneous tissue from her face. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1770, Borrowing Her Face. There were 2 updates today. A reminder to everyone for their monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 8:00 in the evening, the second update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1782. When Qin Yaoguang first saw the syringe, she thought that the military was going to lynch her. She was so scared that she fell off the bed and held onto the bed frame, trembling. "Who are you? Don't come over. If you dare touch a single hair on my head, our Qin family will never forgive you. General, he won't forgive you either." It would have been fine if Qin Yaoguang hadn't mentioned He Qingjian, but as soon as she did, He Zichu's expression darkened. He walked over without a word, took out the handcuffs from behind his back, and handcuffed Qin Yaoguang's arms to the edge of the bed frame. Then, he slashed with a knife in his right hand, hitting the back of Qin Yaoguang's neck and knocking her out. Qin Yaoguang's head drooped at an extremely uncomfortable angle. He Zichu aimed the syringe at the side of her face and first extracted about 10 milliliters of subcutaneous tissue from her right cheek. This would have been enough, but when He Zichu withdrew the needle, he saw that Qin Yaoguang's curvy lips were not pleasing to the eye. He took the syringe and stabbed it into her lips, extracting enough subcutaneous tissue from her upper and lower lips. Qin Yaoguang's curvy lips successfully deflated, like the rough skin of a withered peach curling up on her lips. The shape of her curvy lips was almost indistinguishable. He Zichu put away the syringe in satisfaction and uncuffed Qin Yaoguang. Without the handcuffs, the unconscious Qin Yaoguang fell to the ground with a thud. The floor was also rubber, so it didn't hurt even if she fell. He Zichu didn't bother to help her up and left Qin Yaoguang's rubber dark room. When he came out of the cell, the 2 men standing guard at the door were his subordinates. They quickly saluted him. "Hello, Chief." He Zichu nodded and said, "Watch carefully. No one is allowed to visit me without my instant video communication permission." This meant that everyone who wanted to visit Qin Yaoguang had to be personally confirmed by He Zichu through instant video communication before they could see Qin Yaoguang. "Yes, Chief." He Zichu came out of the military's heavily guarded detention center and drove to the entrance of Gu Nianji's apartment complex. He called her. "Nianji, do you want me to send the things in for you, or do you want to come out and get them?" He Zichu asked calmly. Gu Nianji was pleasantly surprised. "Young master He, so fast. You've already gotten Qin Yaoguang's subcutaneous tissue." "Yes, I did it myself." He Zichu looked at the frozen medicine box beside him and thought about the contents of the syringes. He averted his eyes in disgust. Gu Nianji quickly put on her shoes and ran out of her apartment. When she arrived at the entrance of the apartment complex, she saw He Zichu in a thin military uniform leaning against the front of a black Humvee military vehicle. His back was facing the door as he waited for her. The weather in early spring was not very warm, but greenery had begun to decorate the lawns and ornamental trees on the streets of the imperial capital. He Zichu stood there, looking very pleasing to the eye. Gu Nianji admired it for a while before walking over with a smile. "Young master He." He Zichu turned around to see Gu Nianji standing in front of him. She wore a light yellow cashmere coat, revealing a white cashmere sweater with a chicken heart collar. She wore a pair of blue skin-tight jeans that made her legs look as straight as if they had been measured by a ruler. On his feet was a pair of UGG wool-warm boots. It was a home style and looked very relaxed. Looking at Gu Nianji's outfit, he could feel her relaxed mood. He Zichu pursed his lips and smiled. He walked over to open the car door and took out the frozen medicine box and handed it to Gu Nianji. "I just extracted it. What are you going to do?" "Check to see if she has had plastic surgery." Gu Nianji smiled and winked at him. Thank you, young master He. I'll let you know when I have the results. He Jichu nodded and said, I'm going on a business trip in a few days. Be good and don't run around. When I come back, I'll go with you wherever you want to go. Gu Nianji quickly waved her hand and said, Young master He, go ahead and do your work. Don't worry about me. I'm not a child. I don't need someone to accompany me every day. You have to be careful. He Jichu thought about the Qin family and was a little worried about Gu Nianji's safety. I will. Gu Nianji ran her hand through her long hair. A trace of anger and murderous intent flashed through her dark and bright eyes. I can't give up eating because of choking, can I? They have ill intentions towards me. Do I have to hide for the rest of my life? It's useless to hide against bad people. They are all cheese who bully the weak and fear the strong. You have to fight them head-on. He Jichu shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He patted Gu Nianji's head with his hand. It's right to be bold, but you can't be stupid and bold. No matter what, you have to remember that staying alive is the most important thing. Gu Nianji nodded with a smile. I understand, young master He. You're becoming more and more sentimental. She missed the temperamental professor He who always rushed over to help her in the other world. He Jichu laughed and was in a good mood. You despise me now. Then I won't say it in the future. When something happens to you, you'll naturally come to me. Don't worry, young master He. If there's something I can't handle, I'll definitely come to you. Gu Nianji smiled and cupped her hands at him to express her gratitude. He Jichu saw that she was about to leave, so he said calmly, the Qin family's private hospital is already too big to handle and has occupied too much of the market share. The Senate should be working with the cabinet to discuss breaking up the Qin group. Gu Nianji's eyes lit up. Breaking up the Qin group. What a drastic move. He Jichu said lightly, when Shuyi and Old Master Qin will be busy for a while. When the Senate starts the breakup process, they will often be called to the Senate for questioning. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes and smiled. Then can we go to the Senate to listen in? You can during the debate, but not during the questioning. You have to have a special pass, He Jichu said. If you want to listen, I can get someone to send you a special pass. Then I'll have to trouble you, young master He. Gu Nianji thanked him graciously and chatted for a while before returning with the frozen medicine box. He Jichu watched her back disappear on the sidewalk of the neighborhood before turning around, opening the car door and getting into the car. The sun outside was very bright, and the sky was a saturated blue like a pure blue crystal. He sat in the car and looked at the spring scenery in front of him, but his heart was as desolate as winter. After sitting quietly for a while, he was about to drive back when his phone rang. He Jichu picked it up and took a look. It was Xie Qingying's number. After thinking about it, He Jichu picked it up and said lightly, Qingying. Xie Qingying laughed and said, Young master He, I'm not disturbing you, am I? He Jichu started the car and put on his Bluetooth headset. He talked to her as he drove. Fortunately, I'm on the way. Ha! Why don't I call back later? Drive properly. Xie Qingying wanted to hang up. He Jichu stopped her. It's fine. Go ahead. Xie Qingying saw that his tone was unquestionable. She hesitated for a moment before saying, It's like this. My uncle just received a call from Speaker Long of the Senate asking him to discuss something. I happened to hear it at the door. So it's related to the Qin Corporation. Tell Nianji to be careful. He Jichu grunted, his tone obviously much better. Thank you for thinking of Nianji. She's also my cousin, and she's very close. Xie Qingying was rushing to the Senate building with her uncle, Prime Minister Xie. With her intuition as a media person, she felt that there would be big news today. He Jichu chatted with her for a while more, then said, "I'm almost there. Talk to you later." Okay. Xie Qingying reluctantly hung up the phone. Prime Minister Xie Shinqing was sitting opposite her. He smiled and said, "Young Master He. How are the two of you?" Xie Qingying smiled embarrassedly and said, "It's just like that. It's neither good nor bad, neither far nor near. Then work harder. Young Master He isn't a proactive person. You have to work harder," Xie Shinqing said with a smile. Young Master He was currently the most valuable single young man in their circle. Ever since he broke off the engagement with his little fiancée, Gu Nianji, the unmarried girls in the capital's upper-class circle were going crazy. They tried every possible way to get close to He Jichu, but He Jichu didn't even bother to talk to them. He was only special to Xie Qingying. During the new year, He Jichu even went out with Xie Qingying and attended a few banquets together. Therefore, after the new year, almost all the upper echelons of the capital regarded Xie Qingying and He Jichu as a couple. It was a pity that their relationship hadn't made any substantial progress. Gu Nianji carried the frozen medicine box into her apartment. Lu Jin and Hu Xiaoheng looked up at her from the computer in front of them at the same time. Gu Nianji waved the frozen medicine box at them. "Qin Yaoguang's subcutaneous tissue is here. I thought it was too dirty, so I didn't open it." Lu Jin rushed over and took the frozen medicine box from her. He smiled and said, "I'll go and test it right away. This isn't easier than DNA sequencing. I'm afraid it'll take 2 days." Gu Nianji nodded and turned to Hu Xiaoheng. "I just heard from young Master He that the Senate and the Cabinet are going to split up the Qin private hospital group. I'm afraid Wen Shuyi and old Master Qin won't have time to worry about anything else." Hu Xiaoheng knew that Gu Nianji was up to no good. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "What do you want to do?" This was the second update of today, Chapter 1771, Substantial Progress. There were 2 updates today. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1783. Gu Nianji laughed out loud and snapped her fingers. "Of course we're going to check and fill in the gaps. Let's go to Sea City, how about that?" Sea City. Hu Xiaoheng stared at Gu Nianji. "I thought you were going to Sea City." Sea City was the birthplace of Qin Beioi's family, and it was also the place where they had made their first fortune. Gu Nianji had her own ideas. Her mind was very nimble, and she could always find evidence and doubts from places that others wouldn't expect. Gu Nianji pulled up the documents on her laptop and used the mouse to point at the news about Qin Huichang's family selling land. "I guess Qin Yaoguang's family has been whitewashed all these years. If President Liu can't find any strong information over there, we won't be much better than President Liu. Besides, since President Liu has already gone, it would be impolite for us to go too. It would make President Liu suspicious and think that we're looking down on his ability. But Qin Huichang's family is different." Gu Nianji listed her views very seriously. On the surface, Qin Huichang and his wife died in a car accident. Their only daughter, Qin Suwen, was injured in the car accident and later entered the orphanage in Sea City. Then, the orphanage in Sea City was acquired by the Qin Corporation and became a part of the Qin orphanage. Qin Suwen, also known as Auntie He, grew up under such conditions. Although such a family has no relatives, and it seems that no one knows about them and doesn't know what happened back then, other than relatives, don't tell me that Qin Huichang's family has no friends. And neighbors and colleagues, do these people also know nothing about what happened back then? I don't believe that the mastermind is so powerful that he can kill all the friends, neighbors, and colleagues who aren't related to Qin Huichang's family. So we can only find more evidence from Qin Huichang's family's friends, neighbors, and colleagues. Hu Xiaoheng rested his chin on his hands and leaned closer to her. He said thoughtfully, Qin Huichang's family was originally a large family, even more so than Qin Beioi's family. But because the rest of Qin Huichang's family had all gone abroad in the early years, in terms of relatives, only their family was in the country. After Qin Huichang and his wife had the accident, Qin Suwen had no other relatives to adopt her, so she entered the orphanage. That's right. Gu Nianji clasped her palms together and said confidently, Qin Ziyuan and Qin Jining are both the sons of Qin Suwen's cousin. They returned to the country to reunite with Qin Suwen after Qin Suwen grew up and married He Qingjian. Therefore, after that incident, Qin Huichang's family became extinct. Hu Xiaoheng understood and continued Gu Nianji's words. In that case, it looks like Qin Huichang's family has been taken care of on the surface. The other party has nothing to worry about, so they won't pay attention to this anymore. Yes, the only clue is that their daughter, Qin Suwen, is in their hands. Gu Nianji was confused again. Our analysis is based on the fact that the incident with Qin Huichang and his wife was caused by Qin Bei's family. But I don't understand. If Qin Bei and the others really did it, why did they allow Qin Suwen to live? Logically speaking, shouldn't Qin Suwen be killed directly? You see, she was seriously injured at that time, so we could have done it in the hospital. If we didn't do it in the hospital, it wouldn't be strange for a few orphans to die in the orphanage later, right? As long as Qin Suwen died, Qin Huichang's family would be considered to have been truly annihilated. Wouldn't that be the best outcome for Qin Bei and the others? Why would they do such an unnecessary thing and let Qin Suwen survive, go to a prestigious university, and even meet, fall in love with, and marry, a young master like He Qingjian? Actually, this was also what Hu Xiaoheng had always been suspicious about. I'm thinking about this too. Hu Xiaoheng was very pleased to see that Gu Nianji could think of it herself. He leaned over and kissed her soft, curvy lips. He said, "Little darling, it's really amazing that you can think of this on your own." Gu Nianji's lips felt as if they had been electrocuted. They were numb to the bone. Her cheeks were flushed, and her dark eyes were rippling like spring water. In order to hide the different feelings in her body, she pouted coquettishly and said unwillingly, "Wasn't I amazing before?" "Humph. You still look down on me." Hu Xiaoheng didn't dare to look into her eyes again. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold himself back and take care of her on the sofa. Hu Xiaoheng quietly turned his head away and looked in the direction of the door. His voice was a little hoarse. "Little darling, stop fooling around. We're talking about serious matters." Gu Nianji smiled slyly, but she didn't continue to tease Hu Xiaoheng. Her voice returned to normal. "In order to figure this out, we should go to Sea City to investigate Qin Huichang's family." Hu Xiaoheng took a deep breath and calmed the commotion in his body. He said calmly, "Do you want to ask He Jichu? After all, it's his grandfather's family. I think his mother might have also investigated this case." Gu Nianji whispered. "I know, but I still want to investigate it myself first. I don't want to be prejudiced by other people's information." Actually, there was another reason. She didn't want He Qingjian to know what they were investigating. This person's power and influence were too great. If he interfered, it would alert the people behind the case. Hu Xiaoheng understood and nodded approvingly. "That makes sense. We do need to get some first-hand information. Then let's split up and look for information. Let's see how many friends, neighbors, or colleagues we can find from Qin Huichang's family in Sea City." Gu Nianji nodded. "Then let's split up." The two of them worked together. Gu Nianji searched online, and Hu Xiaoheng used the KGB's channels to search. A day later, they came up with a list and confirmed the current addresses of these people. They planned to go to Sea City. However, before going to Sea City, they still had to find out the results of Lu Jin's test. In other words, they had to find out when Qin Yaoguang had undergone plastic surgery. It was said that this was the limit of what Lu Jin could do. Early that morning, Gu Nianji got up early. She washed up and went to knock on the door of Lu Jin's apartment. For the past 2 days, Lu Jin had been doing experiments in his apartment's laboratory. Hearing Gu Nianji knock on the door, Lu Jin looked at the results of his test and sighed. It was indeed that year. He went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. He saw that his face was unshaven and unkempt. He quickly washed his face with water before coming out to open the door. Gu Nianji thought that Lu Jin hadn't gotten up yet, so she was planning to come back later. As soon as the door opened, Gu Nianji's eyes lit up. Dad! Are your results out? They're out. Lu Jin turned to the side and let her in. Gu Nianji jumped in happily and sat upright on Lu Jin's sofa. Like a very obedient primary school student, she suddenly asked with big bright eyes. What year was it? Qin Yaoguang had plastic surgery. What year was it? Lu Jin gave her a copy of the information. This is the results of my test. Look at the time. Gu Nianji took the information and quickly flipped through it. It wasn't until she flipped to the last page that she saw the time Lu Jin had written. Gu Nianji did the math and looked up in surprise. Qin Yaoguang was only 8.5 years old at that time. She was even younger than they had previously thought of as 10 years old. Lu Jin nodded solemnly. To be precise, it was a year before Qin Huichang's family got into a car accident. How could that be? Gu Nianji closed the information in disappointment. I thought it was after that. Unfortunately, it was indeed a year before their car accident, Lu Jin said seriously. I'm not lying to you. Gu Nianji, she smiled. Dad, I know. If you were lying to me, your eyes and movements would be completely different. It was enough that she had been lied to once. Even Hua Xiaoheng couldn't lie to her a second time. Lu Jin nodded seriously. I know that with your IQ, you wouldn't be able to see this. But I was still lied to by you once. Gu Nianji was still brooding over that lie. Lu Jin explained seriously, you were lied to by me that time because you were blinded by family. You trusted me unconditionally, so you accepted everything I said without thinking. Gu Nianji, she said faintly, it's good that you know. I also suffered losses. What I did made you lose your unconditional trust in me. Lu Jin sincerely admitted his mistake to Gu Nianji. I'm very sorry, but I don't regret it. At that time, I did what I could. In the end, you discovered the truth. That was because you were too smart, so smart that even I didn't expect it. Gu Nianji was embarrassed and quickly said, Dad, I know you had your reasons for doing that, and I don't blame you. But each of us has a different view of things, and our thoughts and practices are also different, so we need to communicate. If you have anything to say, you can tell us and we'll analyze it together. 2 heads are better than 1. 3 cobblers are better than 1 zhuge liang. Gu Nianji was a very optimistic person. She patted Lu Jin on the shoulder. Dad, with the few of us here, I don't think there's anything in the world that can stump us. Newborn calves were really not afraid of tigers. Lu Jin sighed and patted Gu Nianji's head. He smiled and said, Okay. Gu Nianji felt that Lu Jin was being insincere, but she didn't continue to ask. Everyone had their own privacy, so she couldn't get to the bottom of it. She had to give Lu Jin some privacy. Gu Nianji changed the topic. Then can you send me a copy of this information? I want to carefully figure out what's going on during this period of time. Lu Jin smiled and said, "Okay, I'll send it right away." He asked her again, "Have you had breakfast?" "Peter hasn't come to make breakfast yet, has he?" Then he muttered, "Boss Lu has been in the south for so long. I wonder when he'll be back." Gu Nianji smiled and turned back to her apartment. "I'll go see if Mr. Peter has made breakfast. By the way, can you contact President Lu? See if there's any new progress on his end." When she returned to her apartment, she saw that Hu Xiaoheng had already prepared breakfast and placed it on the dining table. Gu Nianji quickly called Lu Jin and asked him to come over for breakfast. After the three of them finished breakfast, Gu Nianji said to Lu Jin, "Dad, Mr. Peter and I are going to see City for a while. Do you want to come with us?" "Why are we going to see City?" Lu Jin frowned. He didn't really want Gu Nianji to go. Gu Nianji wanted to tell the truth, but Hu Xiaoheng said first, "Uncle Lu, it's like this. I'm the deputy consul of the Soviet Consulate General in Sea City. I've been in the capital for so long, it's time for me to go back and take a look. Nianji is going back to Sea City to handle some handover matters at the law firm where she's a partner. She might be withdrawing her shares from that law firm." Gu Nianji saw that Hu Xiaoheng had hidden their true intentions, so she had no choice but to remain silent. She picked up the milk and took a sip. There was a white milk mark on the edge of her upper lip. Hu Xiaoheng naturally picked up the napkin on the table and wiped it for Gu Nianji. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes. For the first time, he realized that Peter seemed to be too familiar with Gu Nianji. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1772, Too Familiar. There were two updates today. A reminder to everyone for their monthly votes and recommendation votes. It was 8:00 in the evening, the second update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1784. Gu Nianji had been paying attention to Lu Jin's situation. From the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Lu Jin's narrowed eyes and his thoughtful expression. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly pushed Hu Xiaoheng's hand away and glared at him unhappily. "What are you doing? Do I know you that well?" Hu Xiaoheng, almost instantly, he understood what Gu Nianji meant. He smiled awkwardly but politely and said embarrassedly, "I saw that there was milk in your mouth, so my hands were itchy, Humph. If your hands are itchy, rub them yourself. Don't rub them on other people's faces." Gu Nianji took a tissue and wiped the place Hu Xiaoheng had just wiped. Lu Jin blinked at this scene and wondered if he was overthinking things. It didn't seem like they were too close. At least Nianji still hated Peter's touch, and Peter had always been concerned about her in order to pursue her. Lu Jin was already a severe case of interpersonal disorder, so he was like a blank sheet of paper when it came to relationships between men and women. He looked suspiciously at Gu Nianji, who had a straight face, and then at Peter, who was smiling obsequiously. After a long time, he couldn't come to a conclusion. Lu Jin sighed. He thought that he would rather study the unsolved mysteries of particle physics, such as what matter was made of, or study the replication-transcription dilemma in genetic research. For example, why did plant genes replicate a large amount of non-coding DNA? Why did animal genes transcribe excess RNA? It would be better than studying the flirting between men and women. Besides, he had his own things to do. Lu Jin's heart skipped a beat. He frowned and said, "Peter is going back to Sea City. Nianji doesn't have to go with him. You can also do the handover with the law firm there online. You don't have to go back in person." Gu Nianji hadn't expected Lu Jin to object. Her mind raced and she thought of an idea. She smiled and said, "But I'm indebted to Jin Dazhuang for taking care of me in Sea City. Wouldn't it be rude to do the handover online? Besides, I want to go to Disneyland in Sea City." Lu Jin had played the Lion King game with Gu Nianji there, and Gu Nianji had always been grateful for it. Lu Jin also thought of that game and couldn't help but soften. He smiled and said, "Then shall I go with you?" However, if Lu Jin went, Gu Nianji felt that it would not be good for them to act in private and investigate Qin Huichang's family. "Dad, you have to stay in the capital." Gu Nianji said very seriously, "We'll go to Sea City, and President Liu will go to Z City. It won't be safer than staying in the imperial capital. If there are any changes, you can immediately mediate and help us solve the problem." Lu Jin looked troubled. After a while, he nodded reluctantly and stared at Hu Xiaoheng. "You, Peter, listen up. Don't do anything to my girl that she doesn't want to. If I find out, I won't let you off." Hu Xiaoheng opened his mouth to say that he wouldn't let Gu Nianji do anything she didn't want to do, but Lu Jin said fiercely, "Don't talk to me about diplomatic immunity. Do you believe that I can make it so that you can't use this diplomatic immunity?" Yes, I definitely believe you." Hu Xiaoheng only had to raise his hands to show his submission. Lu Jin smiled in satisfaction. "Okay, then help me take care of Nianji. I'm worried about her going out of town." "Gu Nianji," Hu Xiaoheng smiled and said, "That's for sure. I'll book the same plane as her." "Book no plane tickets. Take my private plane." Lu Jin waved his hand. "Our Lu Corporation has 2 private planes. Boss Lu is taking one to Z City, and the other is my private plane. I'll let you take it." Gu Nianji was very happy. She grabbed Lu Jin's arm and shook it. "Dad is so nice." "Thank you, Dad. You're really a girl who's outgoing." Lu Jin pinched her little nose and decided happily. After breakfast, Gu Nianji started packing her luggage. She planned to take Lu Jin's private plane to Sea City with Hu Xiaoheng that night. Hu Xiaoheng also went back to the Soviet embassy and informed them that he was going back to the Consulate General in Sea City. His official position was actually at the Consulate General in Sea City, but because of his special status, no one said anything about him spending most of his time at the embassy in the imperial capital. He was now going back to the Consulate General in Sea City, and the Soviet embassy staff in the imperial capital quickly helped him pack his luggage. Hu Xiaoheng had very few things. He only carried a small suitcase and a computer bag before leaving. At night, the two of them got on Lu Jin's private plane. Hu Xiaoheng saw that there was already a pilot in the cockpit. He greeted him and knew that this was the pilot sent by Lu Jin. Lu Jin didn't send Gu Nianji off. Instead, Hu Xiaoheng went to the apartment to pick Gu Nianji up. Gu Nianji sat by the window of the private plane and watched the plane slowly take off. It was drizzling in the night sky, and the ground was brightly lit. From a high altitude, the night view of the imperial capital looked like a huge Go board. The flashing lights were the Go pieces, scattered all over the board. The rain was dim yellow under the light. The misty rain was like the night view of Jiangnan. Hu Xiaoheng sat beside her and turned his head. She didn't know if he was looking at Gu Nianji or the scenery outside the window. However, his body was getting closer and closer to Gu Nianji. Just as his face was about to touch the side of Gu Nianji's face, Lu Jin's angry voice suddenly came from the loudspeaker above their seats. "Peter! What are you doing?" Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng were both stunned. The two of them looked up at the same time. It turned out that there was a small camera above their seats, pointing in their direction. Lu Jin flew into a rage in his apartment. "Peter, if you keep doing this, I'll have someone throw you out of the sky." Gu Nianji. She quickly distanced herself from Hu Xiaoheng and said to the camera, "Dad. Mr. Peter didn't do anything. Don't be like this, I'm scared." Hearing that Gu Nianji was scared, Lu Jin's anger immediately dissipated. He reached out his hand and trembled as he caressed Gu Nianji's delicate and lively face on the screen in front of him. Tears flowed silently down his face, but his voice didn't change at all. He continued to bluff, "My girl, don't be afraid. Dad's just trying to scare those stinky men. They're all like this. If I don't beat them up for 3 days, they'll take advantage of me." He spoke as if he wasn't a man himself. Gu Nianji, Hu Shaoheng discreetly sat to the side and also distanced himself from Gu Nianji. He had gotten a little carried away just now. He had forgotten that this was Lu Jin's private plane. He must have installed all kinds of surveillance cameras inside. Trying to be intimate with Gu Nianji right under Lu Jin's nose. Wasn't that asking for a beating? Putting himself in Hu Shaoheng's shoes, if his daughter were to be so intimate with another man in the future, his first thought would be to break that man's legs. Gu Nianji felt that she had discovered the truth about why Lu Jin wanted her to take his private plane. He wanted to keep an eye on her and Hu Shaoheng. Was Lu Jin suspecting Peter's true identity? Gu Nianji didn't dare to slack off at all, so she planned to keep her distance from Hu Shaoheng the entire way. She couldn't help herself anymore. After Lu Jin finished roaring at Hu Shaoheng, he looked at Gu Nianji almost greedily. He wanted to remember every frown, every smile, every word and action she said, and engrave them in his mind. This was his daughter, his most beloved daughter. It was time to remove all obstacles for her. After turning off the surveillance cameras, Lu Jin stood up and took a nostalgic look at the apartment and the laboratory he had meticulously designed and maintained. He had put the research results from his laboratory in the bank's safe and left the key to Gu Nianji. The rest of the property had already been distributed in the will. They were all set up into different trust funds, and the beneficiaries were all Gu Nianji. He had also transferred this apartment to Gu Nianji's name. To him, these things were all worldly possessions, and he didn't really care about them. Walking to the window, Lu Jin lifted the curtains and looked out. He saw that the rain outside was getting heavier. It had only been a drizzle before, but now it was so dense that he couldn't see the building across the street. Spring had come, and every time it rained, it would be warmer. He no longer had to wear his bulky winter clothes. Lu Jin walked into the bathroom and took a shower. He changed into a very simple set of casual clothes, put on a raincoat, and covered himself from head to toe. Carrying a suitcase, he left the luxurious apartment and walked alone into the heavy rain of the spring night in the imperial capital. This was today's second update, Chapter 1773, a lawsuit between men and women. There were 2 updates today. A reminder to everyone for their monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1785. The plane from the imperial capital to Sea City flew for 3 hours and finally landed slowly at Sea City International Airport. After getting off the private plane, Gu Nianji and Hu Shaoheng got into the private car that the Soviet Consulate General had sent to pick up Peter. Gu Nianji's rented house in Sea City had already been demolished. She had later moved to Lu Jin's penthouse apartment in the West District. This time, she was still staying there. Hu Shaoheng asked the driver to send them there together. "You rest here for a while. I'll go to the consulate to report in and then move your things over to stay with you." Hu Shaoheng walked Gu Nianji to the penthouse apartment and said as he stood at the door. Gu Nianji was a little shy, but also a little excited. She nodded silently and said softly, "Okay, I'll wait for you." Hu Shaoheng raised his hand to adjust Gu Nianji's collar. His fingers brushed across her collarbone, causing her to tremble. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and smiled at Hu Shaoheng. She gently closed the door. Hu Shaoheng checked the surveillance cameras and confirmed that everything was normal before walking into the elevator. Gu Nianji looked at the luxurious penthouse apartment. She had once recuperated here, and it was also here that she had reunited with Lu Jin. The room was still the same familiar smell, and the furnishings were exactly the same as last year. It was as if she had never left for the past few months. There was still the light pink blanket she had once covered on the sofa. It was made of fine cashmere. It looked very big, but it was so soft that it could be dragged through a ring. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of contentment as she carried her suitcase to the bedroom. She didn't have time to wash up. She immediately took out her phone and connected to the Wi-Fi here. Although no one had lived here for the past few months, all kinds of surveillance equipment and Wi-Fi were working normally. Gu Nianji dialed Lu Jin's number and wanted to video chat with him. Lu Jin's number rang 3 times before it was picked up. Lu Jin appeared on the phone in a chicken heart collar pullover. He greeted her with a smile. "Nianji, you're here." Gu Nianji quickly nodded. I'm here. Dad, I'm still living in your penthouse apartment last time." "Yes, it's not bad living there. It's fun. Video chat with me more when you have time." Lu Jin smiled kindly. Gu Nianji was relieved. "Okay, Dad, you have to remember to help us keep watch. If we are in danger, we will need your help." "No problem. If there's anything you need, just call this number. I'll definitely help you solve your problem as soon as possible." They chatted for a while longer before Gu Nianji hung up and went to the bathroom to wash up. In Lu Jin's apartment in the capital, his computer, which was comparable to a supercomputer, was buzzing. In the middle of the spacious bedroom, in the pillar of light that shone down from the roof, a holographic virtual figure that looked exactly like Lu Jin had just ended the call and slowly disappeared in the change of light and shadow. Lu Jin, who had just boarded the plane, also received a message from his computer. He knew that Gu Nianji had contacted him. He believed that the computer with a certain level of artificial intelligence that he had arranged could temporarily fool Gu Nianji for a period of time with his holographic avatar. He had never thought that he could hide it forever. He just wanted to see when she could see that the Lu Jin, who was talking to her, wasn't a real person, but a holographic avatar. Gu Nianji took a good bath with rose essential oil in the bathroom. Lu Jin had mixed all kinds of toiletries for her. Not only could it nourish her skin, but it could also regulate her nervous system. It was very beneficial to her body. After the bath, she felt extremely hungry. She came out of the bathroom in a bathrobe and saw light coming through the crack in the bedroom door. She had clearly turned off the lights in the living room when she came in. Was Hu Xiaoheng here now? Gu Nianji turned on the surveillance video in the bedroom and saw that it was indeed Hu Xiaoheng walking towards her bedroom in a Soviet military uniform. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief and walked over to open the door. She smiled and said, "You're here. I'm hungry." Hu Xiaoheng stopped at the door and put his hands in his trouser pockets. He looked at her with a half-smile and said, "I'm hungry too. Are you going to feed me first, or should I feed you first?" Gu Nianji's face flushed red. Women were never a match for men when it came to talking dirty. She tried her best to calm herself down and looked up at the surveillance cameras in the room. She said with a half-smile, "This is my father's apartment." What she meant was that she could do whatever she wanted with the surveillance cameras. Hu Xiaoheng shrugged nonchalantly. He was just taking advantage of her verbally. No matter how lustful he was, he wouldn't do that to his daughter in his father-in-law's house. "Then I'll feed you first." Hu Xiaoheng turned around and went to the kitchen. "I made beef noodle soup. I added wolfberry and American ginseng. It's very nourishing." Gu Nianji immediately felt even hungrier when she heard that. The two of them had a full meal in the dining room and then discussed tomorrow's operation to aid digestion. Qin Huichang's relatives all went abroad in the early years, and then they lost contact with them. Hu Xiaoheng turned on his phone and pulled out the information from his phone. It wasn't until Qin Ziyuan's father's family returned to China to do business that they got in touch with Qin Suan. I heard that it was General He who helped. Gu Nianji whispered, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to find. That's for sure. After losing contact for so many years, how could they have found it on their own? This country has experienced a lot of things in those years, and it was also cut off from overseas for a period of time. Hu Xiaoheng had learned about the history of the Huaxia Empire here. It was basically the same as their own country over there. Gu Nianji nodded and asked with a frown, then should we also ask Qin Ziyuan or Qin Jining? Qin Jining was the person who had brought Gu Nianji from the other world. It was also him who had been ordered by He Qingjian to kill Hu Xiaoheng, but Gu Nianji had blocked his shot. Because of this, Qin Jining had been arrested and almost shot. Qin Jining's brother, Qin Ziyuan, had personally come to plead with He Zhichu and Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji had agreed not to pursue the matter, so Qin Jining had been released. After that, she had no contact with him. Hu Xiaoheng thought about it and said, not for now. Look, when they returned to China, Qin Suan had already married He Qingjian. What's the use of asking them? What they wanted to investigate was Qin Suan's childhood. It was also the whole story of Qin Suan's father, Qin Huichang, selling the land back then. That's true. Gu Nianji looked at the timeline listed in the information and sighed softly. Then we can only look for their colleagues, friends, and neighbors from back then. Hu Xiaoheng pulled up a photo from his phone. In the photo was an old man with white hair and beard, sitting in a wheelchair. In the background was the green lawn of a nursing home. Qin Huichang was an associate professor when he taught at university. After so many years, many of his colleagues have passed away. This is one of the few who are still alive. Gu Nianji looked at it curiously for a while and said, what about the others? Those people have Alzheimer's. It's useless to find them. Gu Nianji, so we only have this colleague to ask. Gu Nianji sighed softly. It's been too long. I wonder if Auntie He found these people back then. Hu Xiaoheng pulled up the information on the nursing home and said as he looked at it, Qin Suan didn't need to look for these people back then. She was the person involved and knew better than these people. Why did she look for them? That makes sense. Gu Nianji pondered for a moment. But we have to ask. Firstly, we don't have Qin Suan's information from back then. Secondly, the onlooker sees the game more clearly. We should still investigate and collect evidence ourselves. That's right. Hu Xiaoheng studied the information on the nursing home and said, in order to prevent someone from secretly watching this person, we have to modify it. Gu Nianji's eyes widened in surprise. No way. Will there really be someone watching? It's better to be safe than sorry. Hu Xiaoheng was very cautious. He's the only colleague Qin Huichang can ask. Okay. Gu Nianji's profession was different from Hu Xiaoheng's, so she chose to listen to Hu Xiaoheng's opinion. How do we modify it? Volunteer at the nursing home. Hu Xiaoheng pulled up a message. Look, there's a volunteer group made up of ordinary citizens near the street. They go to various nursing homes regularly every week to socialize with the elderly there. We'll follow this volunteer group in. That's great. Gu Nianji's eyes flashed and she smiled. Even if someone is watching, they definitely won't notice us. If they specifically visited this person, it would indeed be a little abrupt and could easily alert the enemy. Hu Xiaoheng said, they're going to this nursing home for an event tomorrow. We'll follow them in. Gu Nianji nodded and left it to Hu Xiaoheng to handle. Early the next morning, after Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji woke up, Hu Xiaoheng put on middle-aged and elderly makeup for Gu Nianji. His technique was skilled and not inferior to professional makeup artists at all. When Gu Nianji saw her and Hu Xiaoheng's aging appearance in the mirror, she couldn't help being stunned. She muttered. I'm growing old with you, yeah. Hua Xiaoheng tilted his head and kissed her. The most romantic thing is to grow old with you. Gu Nianji couldn't help snickering. That doesn't count. I won't accept you stealing the lyrics, Hua Xiaoheng also smiled. He changed into the popular middle-aged and elderly coats from Taobao with her and left the apartment together. They went to the street office and met up with the volunteer group there. Hua Xiaoheng didn't know what methods he used, but he hit it off with the street organizer at first sight. He quickly expressed his interest in joining the volunteer group and going to the nursing home for a get-together. Of course, the more volunteers, the better. They didn't have to pay, so of course they were happy to agree. Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng got into the volunteer car and drove to the nursing home. The nursing home was located near an ecological farm in the suburbs of Sea City. The location was quite good. The air was fresh and the scenery was beautiful. Groups of elderly people were sunbathing on the lawn. Gu Nianji immediately saw Qin Huichang's university professor colleague. He was sitting alone in a wheelchair under a tree, looking down at ants moving. This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1774, Growing Old with You. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, and especially recommendation votes. It's 8 p.m., the second update. Moi 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 moi. Chapter 1786. The man was very old. From the information, he was almost 90 years old. It was said that he was very quiet in the nursing home and didn't like to participate in group activities. Other than eating, sleeping, and admiring the scenery every day, he only read. His children were also old and couldn't visit him often. His grandchildren were even fewer. Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng walked over with the volunteer group. The two of them were newcomers, so they watched how others did it and imitated what others did. Gu Nianji observed for a while and realized that there didn't seem to be a set pattern. The volunteers chatted with the elderly in the nursing home in twos and threes, played games, played cards, played mahjong, sang, played the arrow, and played the pipa. It was like the 8 immortals crossing the sea and showing off their skills. Gu Nianji was amazed. She whispered to Hua Xiaoheng, the people who came to visit these elderly are also middle-aged and elderly. Young people didn't volunteer at nursing homes. Without batting an eyelid, Hua Xiaoheng said, people have a compassionate mentality, especially when they're about to enter old age. Gu Nianji nodded and followed him slowly on the lawn in front of the nursing home building. The lawn was lush and green. As they walked, the morning dew soaked her and the hem of her pants. When they arrived under the tree where the man was, Gu Nianji smiled and handed over a book they had prepared. She said, "Hello, we're a volunteer group. You're in a good mood today." Gu Nianji was very good with words and acted naturally. She didn't care whether the person responded or not. She almost forced the book onto the person's knees and continued, "This book is very interesting. It's a novel about something that happened decades ago. I wonder if you're interested." The man heard this and pushed her book to the ground indifferently. He said stiffly, "I'm not interested. I never read novels." Gu Nianji almost couldn't control her expression. "You never read novels? Then what do you do in your spare time?" The man frowned. "What I do in my spare time has nothing to do with you." There was really no way to talk about this. Gu Nianji blinked and quickly changed the topic. "It's not my business. I'm just curious." "Sir, what were you reading just now?" The man's expression relaxed slightly. He lowered his head and said, "Ants moving." "What can you read under the tree?" "Of course, only ants move." Gu Nianji walked over, bent down, and followed the ants under the tree to move. Ants were busy moving things into a pile of loose soil at the foot of the tree. Gu Nianji smiled and said, They're moving to the Hawaiian kingdom, right? The man looked up and looked at Gu Nianji in surprise. His voice was much gentler and less stiff. He asked, "You know about the pagoda tree Ongwa?" "I know." Gu Nianji straightened up and stood under the tree. She clasped her hands behind her back and said, "It's from a dream of grandeur." Chun Yumu dreamed that he accidentally entered the Hawaiian kingdom. He married the princess as his son-in-law and had 5 sons and 2 daughters. He had an illustrious official position. In the end, when he woke up, he realized that it was just a dream. The so-called the Hawaiian kingdom was just an ant-hole under the large locust tree in front of his house. Yes, life is just a dream, an empty joy. The man let out a long sigh, and his mood became even lower. Gu Nianji saw that he seemed to be very emotional, so she immediately took the opportunity to ask, "Why do you say that?" "I don't think life is a dream. Although everyone will return to dust in the end, the meaning of life is not in the end, but in the experience." The man looked up and smiled at Gu Nianji. He said very kindly, "It's really interesting to talk to young people. You're really full of life. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers." Gu Nianji, she really wanted to look at herself in the mirror to see if there was something wrong with the makeup on her face. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, "We're all so old. Although we're younger than you, we're still quite far from the word young people." "Huh, is that so?" The man's eyes were a bit cloudy, so he couldn't actually see Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng's faces clearly. But because he couldn't see their faces clearly, he wasn't fooled by their disguises. Just from Gu Nianji's voice, the speed and tone of her speech, and the natural vitality in her words, the man concluded that the woman in front of him was in her early 20s. However, since Hua Xiaoheng said they were old, the man didn't expose him. He only looked at Gu Nianji and said to her, "Can I trouble you to push me back? I'll treat you to tea." Gu Nianji quickly nodded. "Thank you. We came with the volunteer group today, and it's our first time here." "What do you usually do with the volunteers? Do you want to play cards?" She pushed the man's wheelchair towards the nursing home building. This nursing home was a very high-end nursing home in Sea City. The building had elevators, and there were several professional nurses stationed on each floor. There were also doctors who regularly came to check on the elderly. Each elderly person had their own small suite, less than 30 square meters, but it had a bedroom, living room, and bathroom. There was no kitchen. Meals were delivered on time every day. Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng pushed the old man up to his floor and into his small suite. The old man stood up from the wheelchair and leaned on his cane. He asked shakily, "What kind of tea do you like to drink?" "I have green tea, black tea, coffee, and fruit juice here." Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng actually didn't know how to eat or drink here, but they still said politely, "I'll do it." "What kind of tea would you like to drink?" The old man nodded and smiled. "Thank you. I'd like black tea." Gu Nianji saw a row of cupboards facing the wall in the corner of the living room. There was a coffee machine and a water heater on the cupboard below. Gu Nianji boiled water and made tea. She placed it in front of the old man and found a bag of muffins in the cupboard. She opened it on a plate and brought it over. The old man was very happy and said, "Black tea with muffins is also very good. In the early years, we used to eat butter on bread and Colombian black coffee." Sea City had always been the first city to internationalize in the Huaxia Empire, and it used to be the largest city. The people here were very knowledgeable, especially the older generation. Many of them had experience studying abroad in their early years. The old man in front of her had such experience. Gu Nianji sat across from him with a smile. She held a cup of green tea in her hand but didn't drink it. She asked, "What did you do in the past? You must have been abroad, right?" "I came back from studying abroad." The old man became a chatterbox and gradually chatted with Gunyanji. Many people went abroad at that time, and many people came back as well. We all didn't want to stay abroad. Yes, yes, yes. Home is still the best. Gunyanji nodded repeatedly. What did you study? Did you work here after you came back? I studied mechanical manufacturing. After I came back, I taught at the university here until I retired. The old man recalled the past, and his smile grew. Are you young people also interested in things from so long ago? Of course I'm interested. Gunyanji's eyes seemed to light up, and her expression was very infectious. I'm very interested in that era. A few decades ago, there was a big change in policy. Everything was different. Reform and opening up were really great. Oh, reform and opening up. The old man snorted. He was obviously not as enthusiastic. Gunyanji sensed the change in his mood and said, yes, the reform and opening up was a huge opportunity. Look at how many rich people have been created. From households with tens of thousands of yuan in the beginning, now one can't even be considered rich in 1,000,000 yuan. Tens of millions are just the starting point. Time has really changed. Time has changed. Ha! The old man laughed again. It's not a good thing to infinitely expand people's yearning for wealth. This is inevitable. Gunyanji said perfunctorily. She was thinking about how to naturally lead the topic to Qin Huichang's family. Hu Xiaoheng blew on his coffee and said calmly, yes, too much emphasis on the pursuit of wealth is indeed not conducive to social stability. Especially in the early days, people often had the opportunity to get rich overnight. It's already very difficult now. Get rich overnight. The old man seemed to have thought of something and muttered over and over again. He said regretfully, yes, get rich overnight. But some people just don't have this life. Gunyanji perked up and quickly said, if they don't have this life, that means they don't have the opportunity to get rich overnight. What's there to regret? You can't say that. The old man got into a chatty posture and confided in Gunyanji. I used to have a colleague whose family owned a piece of land in Z City in the south. You know, at that time, Z City was just a small fishing village. Having a piece of land there wasn't much. But he suddenly sold that piece of land. In less than half a year, that piece of land was actually enclosed into the special economic area of Z City. His value suddenly increased 100-fold. Gunyanji was excited and tried her best to suppress her emotions. She asked carefully, your colleague has land in Z City. Why did he suddenly sell it? Is he regretting it so much that his intestines have turned green? The old man looked even more regretful. He shook his head and said, he won't have the chance to regret it. Not long after returning from Z City, his family of 3 was involved in a car accident and broke up. They didn't even see the day when this piece of land would become successful. This is today's second update, Chapter 1775, A Dream of Nank. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, especially the recommendation votes. P.S. Thank you to Only Reading Makes People Happy in Life for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1787. That's right, the old man was definitely talking about Qin Su asking about her family selling land. Gunyanji's palms were sweating, and the teacup in her palms felt like it was on fire, burning her palms. Gunyanji quietly placed the teacup on the coffee table in front of her and sighed softly. That's such a pity. This was also fate. Why couldn't they wait for another 6 months? Yeah, it's all fate. The old man nodded with emotion. At that time, there was no news of the establishment of a special economic zone in the small fishing village of Z City. Who would have known that the higher-ups would make such a move? We taught in the same school as him. His relatives all emigrated overseas in the early years. When the country was just founded, you know the situation at that time. In any case, he was the only one who decided to stay in China. His family left him the land and the small fishing village in Z City as a token of remembrance. It's not worth much. Who knew that he would sell it? Sigh. Gu Nianji's eyes flashed. The old man didn't seem to think that Qin Huichang had a reason to sell the land. Was it because your colleague was in urgent need of money? Gu Nianji thought about what was written on the official website of the Qin Corporation's private hospital. It said that the founder of the hospital, Qin Beiyoi, had paid 30% more than the market price to buy the land. It was also said that in order to buy this piece of land, Qin Beiyoi had not only sold all of his properties, used up all of his savings, and even borrowed a large sum of money from loan sharks to buy this piece of land from Qin Huichang and his wife, who had demanded an exorbitant price. Of course, the phrase, demanding an exorbitant price, was a hidden meaning that Gu Nianji had figured out. The official website didn't use such straightforward words to describe the original landlords, Qin Huichang and his wife. He spent a lot of time describing how the couple tried to raise the price, but Qin Beiyoi refused to give up. He called them again and again, and finally, they agreed to sell the land. It was obvious that this description was very derogatory towards Qin Huichang and his wife. It made the image of Qin Hai, the founder of Qin Hai, look even more majestic. Gu Nianji's question was very sharp, and the old man's memory wasn't very good. He frowned and thought for a long time before saying, "I can't remember." "I think so, but I also don't think so." Gu Nianji, if there was, there was. If there wasn't, there wasn't. It seemed like there was, but it also seemed like there wasn't. What did that mean? Hu Xiaoheng coughed lightly and said, "Can you be more specific?" There seemed to be. What was going on? I don't think so. What's the situation? The old man looked at Hu Xiaoheng blankly, then at Gu Nianji. He had a feeling that there was money, but he couldn't remember why. They shouldn't be in urgent need of money. After a while, the old man looked sad, and said in a low voice, "I'm too old to remember." I couldn't tell what was going on. There was only one girl in their family, and both of them were university professors. They also had their own house, so they should not be short of money. But I vaguely remember that they seemed to be short of money. Gu Nianji was also confused. However, this old man was almost 90 years old. It was completely normal for him to not remember things that happened decades ago. She wanted to try harder and see if she could guide the old man to remember more things, but Hu Xiaoheng stopped her with a look. "It's okay. If you can't remember, then don't think about it anymore. We were just curious and asked casually." Hu Xiaoheng quietly changed the topic and pushed the small muffin on the coffee table to the old man to eat. The old man took a small muffin and put it in his mouth to chew slowly. He no longer had any teeth, and now he had dentures, so the taste was not very obvious. Gu Nianji could only sigh and say, that family was quite pitiful. A family of 3 died in a car accident just like that. The old man finished eating a muffin and wiped his hands with a tissue. He said, "Oh, that's not true. Their little girl survived." How old was she at that time? Anyway, it was quite tragic. Later, she was even adopted by an orphanage. Gu Nianji pretended to be surprised. "Oh. Really? It's been so long, you still remember?" "How could I not remember?" The old man looked regretful. "I don't remember their family situation, but I still remember their little girl. She used to be such a cute and lively little girl. She was a good talker and even learned ballet. When she was young, she wore a pink ballet dress and came to our office with her father. She called everyone uncle and auntie and made everyone so happy. Gu Nianji suppressed the excitement in her heart and quickly said, "A cute little girl. I like her very much too. Do you have any photos of her when she was young to show us how cute she was?" The old man shook his head and said regretfully, "No. It wasn't easy to take photos back then. It wasn't like now, where you can take photos with your phone anytime and anywhere. She only came a few times. I still remember it to this day because she was so miserable afterward. Her entire face was destroyed by the fire, and she looked like a ghost." The old man's eyes were red as he said, "It was even published in the newspaper that year. It shocked everyone and caused a huge sensation in society. Many people went to the hospital to see this little girl and gave her flowers, clothes, and food. Our teaching and research office also organized several donations, but after we found out she had an inheritance, everyone stopped donating." Gu Nianji let out a long sigh. She thought to herself that she finally understood one of the key points, therefore, Qin Bei became even more suspicious. She and Hu Xiaoheng continued to accompany the old man and talk about other things until the old man was about to fall asleep. They said goodbye and left. They left the nursing home with the members of the street volunteer team and returned to their neighborhood. Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng found an excuse to sneak away and made several detours before returning to the penthouse apartment in Xiqing district. Gu Nianji rushed to the bathroom as soon as she entered and washed off all the makeup on her face. This kind of thing was too damaging to the skin. Gu Nianji's fair and tender little face was covered in small red rashes. Hu Xiaoheng took out a tube of ointment and carefully applied it to each of the small red rashes. He said, "Today's harvest is not small." Gu Nianji nodded and laid on Hu Xiaoheng's lap. She closed her eyes and said, "I finally understand. If Qin Bei really did it, why didn't they just kill Qin Suwen? She was seriously injured in a car accident and ended up in their orphanage. Killing her to prevent future trouble is what a scheming person would do." Hu Xiaoheng also understood. He screwed on the cap of the ointment and put it in the small medicine box. He said calmly, "It's probably because the car accident that year became big news, and Qin Suwen became the target of public attention. If they killed her again, I'm afraid people would notice something was wrong and alert the enemy." "Yes, that's the reason." Gu Nianji opened her eyes and looked at Hu Xiaoheng. "You're thinking the same thing as me." Hu Xiaoheng smiled slightly as he looked at Gu Nianji's fair little face, which was covered in a layer of white ointment. He didn't think it was ugly at all. Instead, he thought it was mischievous and cute. Gu Nianji didn't look in the mirror, so she didn't know what she looked like. She sat up from Hu Xiaoheng's lap and said excitedly, "So Qin Bei is even more suspicious. We can basically conclude that he did it," Hu Xiaoheng said in a low voice. "What we lack is direct evidence." Back then, Qin Suwen was stumped by this point and chose to stop the investigation, right? Gu Nianji stood up from the sofa and walked around the living room. She began to reconstruct the truth they knew. First of all, Qin Bei must have taken a fancy to that piece of land and wanted to buy it. Then, he found the owner of the land and started negotiating. Qin Huichang and the others definitely didn't want to sell it. Judging from his colleague today, they didn't lack money, but for some reason, they agreed to sell the land. And it wasn't cheap, so I still subjectively think that Qin Huichang and the others must have needed money for something at the time. After selling the land and returning to Sea City, according to the old man's memory, there should have been a car accident soon after. Qin Huichang and his wife died, and Qin Suwen was seriously injured and disfigured. Then, she was adopted by an orphanage in Sea City. Then, the director of the orphanage in Sea City was exposed to have embezzled the orphan's property and was sent to prison. 5 years later, he committed suicide in prison. The orphanage in Sea City was later purchased by the Qin Orphanage. Qin Suan grew up in the Qin Orphanage. It wasn't until she went to university that the young general he mistook her for Qin Yaoguang because of a back view. Gu Nianji paused and asked in confusion. Why is Qin Suan's back view similar to Qin Yaoguang's? Hu Xiaoheng stretched his long legs and sat on the sofa. His entire body happened to be backlit. He rested his elbow on the armrest of the sofa and supported his chin with one hand. He thought deeply and said, to be able to make He Qingjin admit his mistake, the degree of similarity must be extraordinary. Gu Nianji couldn't think of how similar it was, but she couldn't be bothered to think about it anymore. She said, I'll ask young Master He when I have the chance in the future. As his son, he would definitely be able to tell how similar they were. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her and said aloofly, you treat He Zhichu as your consultant. If there's anything you don't understand, ask him. He's not just a consultant. He's my high advisor. Gu Nianji blinked slyly. Seeing that Hu Xiaoheng didn't like her mentioning He Zhichu, Gu Nianji changed the topic and continued, let's go back to the whole land purchase incident. We have some doubts that we need to solve. First, why did Qin Beiyoi suddenly take a fancy to that land? Was it just pure luck? He had just bought this land, and half a year later, it was enclosed into the special economic zone. Second, why did Qin Huichang and the others agree to sell the land from not selling it? Did anything happen in between? Third, why does Qin Suan's back view look similar to Qin Yaoguang's? To what extent? Is this also a pure coincidence? Look, we only listed 3 questions, and 2 of them are related to a coincidence. TSK. Gu Nianji scoffed. Qin Beiyoi and Qin Yaoguang are really going to heaven. This kind of luck is simply the chosen one. This was today's first update, Chapter 1776, The Luck of the Chosen One. Reminder, recommendation votes. Is it almost the end of the month? P.S. It's impossible not to ask for monthly votes. It's impossible in this lifetime. 8:00 in the evening, the second update. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1788. The Chosen One. Hu Xiaoheng shook his head in amusement. You're really good at making things up. Of course. The Chosen One. The Casanone. Gu Nianji remembered the origin of the joke and laughed so hard that she could barely stand. Do you know that people often ask, Amythianly, am I the only one, and so on. Then everyone got tired of looking at it, and when someone asked, they all answered, yes. Yes. Only you. Only you. The unique. You're unique. The limited edition. You're a limited edition. The Casanone. You're the chosen one. Just like the old song from more than a decade ago, you're the electricity, you're the light, you're the only myth. Gu Nianji blinked at Hu Xiaoheng and almost started singing. Hu Xiaoheng quickly called for a pause. Okay, I know the joke. Let's study why Qin Bei had to buy that land back then. Gu Nianji smiled and sat down opposite Hu Xiaoheng. She sat cross-legged on the sofa and rested her chin on her hand. She suggested, I think it's better to study why Qin Huichang and his wife never agreed to sell the land. Besides, we're here to investigate their colleagues, friends, and neighbors. Wouldn't it be better to start with this? Hu Xiaoheng had a hunch that there must be a bigger secret behind why Qin Bei had to buy the land. However, for now, it was more realistic to investigate why Qin Huichang and his wife never agreed to sell the land. He nodded. Okay, we'll continue the investigation tomorrow. Gu Nianji reached out and high-fived him in the air. She smiled and said, "Okay, we'll continue the investigation according to the list tomorrow." As she spoke, she turned on her phone again and sent Lu Jin a video invitation. Lu Jin quickly accepted the invitation. This time, Lu Jin was wearing navy blue pajamas. He was sitting on the bed and smiling at her. "Hello, Nyenji." Gu Nyenji made a face. "Dad, is it a bad coincidence? Are you going to sleep?" "I just went to bed." "You're going to sleep too?" "It's late." Lu Jin said and asked, "Who's next to you? Is Mr. Peter staying with you tonight?" Gu Nyenji subconsciously shook her head. No, he went back to his own consulate." "Let him stay here with you." Lu Jin seemed to be very reasonable this time. "I'm worried about you living alone." "Ha." Gu Nyenji smiled guiltily and chuckled. "Dad, you're the best." She blew 2 kisses to the video call and quickly turned off the video call. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her with a half smile and said, "Do I have a clear path?" "TSK. What bright path? Can't you see that my dad only treats you as a bodyguard?" Gu Nyenji made a disdainful expression. She got up from the sofa, stretched, and said, "I'm sleepy too. I'm going to bed. I don't want to eat dinner." Hu Xiaoheng disagreed and grabbed her. "How can you skip dinner? We'll order takeout." There were no ingredients in the fridge, so he couldn't cook. He couldn't let Gu Nyenji eat plain rice without any ingredients. Gu Nyenji yawned. "Then I'll go shower first." While Hu Xiaoheng was ordering food, Gu Nyenji went to take a shower and almost fell asleep in the bathtub. After the takeout arrived, Hu Xiaoheng went downstairs to get it. He asked Gu Nyenji to eat with him before sending her to bed. He went to the guest room. Because he was worried about Lu Jin's surveillance cameras, Hu Xiaoheng was very well behaved. He didn't contact Lu Yuan, not even text him. The two of them had been busy all day and were a little sleepy. They didn't talk all night and had a very comfortable sleep. When they woke up the next day, they began to prepare to visit the second person on their list. This person could be considered as one of the few remaining neighbors. However, she was the only one who was still in the country. The other 2 had gone abroad more than 10 years ago. Back then, Qin Huichang and his wife lived in their own house. They had a small bungalow in the center of Sea City, where every inch of land was worth gold. It was located at the innermost end of the alley. Now, the house was worth tens of millions, but it still couldn't compare to the land they had sold back then. Their neighbor also had a small bungalow like this, and it was very close to each other. However, the neighbor's old man was also very old. He was even older than the old man in the nursing home. He was almost 100 years old. Gu Nyenji looked at the list and sighed. Why are they all so old? The young ones weren't even born back then, or even though they were born, they were about the same age as Qin Suan. They wouldn't know so much about what happened back then, Hu Xiaoheng said as he led Gu Nyenji deeper into the alley. The two of them were dressed like regular tourists, wearing sunglasses and sun hats, SLR cameras on their chests, Apple watches on their wrists and undershoes. Under Armour's white sneakers. When the two of them arrived near Qin Huichang's bungalow, they happened to see a recliner in the front yard of the bungalow next door. An old woman with a face full of wrinkles was lying on it with her eyes closed. Another middle-aged woman was taking care of her. Gu Nyenji looked at the old man lying on the ground, then looked at the information they had found. She was certain that this was the neighbor who was still alive. It was great that they didn't have to think of ways to run into the house. They could just stay in the yard and pretend that they were asking for directions and chatting casually. Gu Nyenji walked over first, raised her camera, and spoke in Chinese with a foreigner's accent. She said stiffly to the middle-aged woman, "Hello, I'm Grace. Would you mind if I take a photo of you?" You match this ancient building very well. She pretended to be a Chinese tourist and even had an idea. She gave herself an English name, Grace, at the last minute. The middle-aged woman chuckled and said, "How is this an ancient building? The foreigners don't know what's good for them. This is obviously a modern building. Gu Nianji, this person must be the architect." There was no doubt about it. Gu Nianji pretended that her Chinese didn't work well. She smiled sweetly and said, "Okay, can you let me take a photo?" "No." The middle-aged woman didn't show any mercy at all. "You can take pictures of these buildings, but you're not allowed to take pictures of people." Fine, she was a middle-aged woman who cared a lot about her privacy. Gu Nianji had no choice but to nod. She took the SLR camera and pretended to take a few photos in the yard. Her lens was inevitably aimed at the yard next to the yard, which was the yard of Qin Huichang's bungalow next door. The front yards of the two houses were only separated by a low wall. Standing in this yard, she could clearly see the yard opposite. Gu Nianji gestured for a while and asked curiously, "The yard over there looks better. Can I go take a look?" The old man who had been sleeping opened his eyes and looked at her quietly for a while. He suddenly asked, "What did you say your name was?" "Grace." Gu Nianji looked back at him and tilted her head. "You're awake. What's wrong? Isn't that a good name?" She stood in the middle of a cluster of blooming hydrangeas. She was slender and graceful, and her back was facing the direction of the sun. However, her eyes shone brighter than the sun. The old man narrowed his eyes at her. It was as if he could see a little girl named Grace many years ago. She had stepped on a small stool on the other side of the yard and waved at her with a smile. Especially her well-defined lips. When she smiled, there were faint dimples at the corners of her mouth. It was really too memorable. After nearly a century, it was still deeply imprinted in her mind. However, she didn't say anything else. She closed her eyes and went back to sleep. Gu Nianji, she looked at the middle-aged woman next to the old man in surprise. "May I ask who this old lady is?" The expression on the middle-aged woman's face softened. She sighed and said, "Please don't mind her. My grandmother has Alzheimer's disease. She can't even recognize us family members." Gu Nianji, "But she was talking to me just now." Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow. "She doesn't look like it. Sometimes she will say something casually, but she will forget it after saying it. Please don't mind her." The middle-aged woman tucked the blanket on the old man and gestured for him to leave. This is today's second update, Chapter 1777, Crossing the Clear Road. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. Thank you Digital Book Friend 20170619031021981 for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah, everyone, little angels. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.